the way we started. I think the momentum is in our end. It's up to us now how to take care of it. And there are a couple of new guys coming into the team as well, so it will be good for them to get a game before the big game coming up.
Jaydev, thank you very much and go well.
Thank you.
Agni, are you happy with the result of the toss?
Not really. We were looking to bat first, so it's pretty hot out here, but let's see how it goes.
Agni, tremendous win yesterday. You must be delighted with form coming at a vital stage of the season.
Yeah, very happy with the win yesterday. Even the match before that, I think we were cruising along, but somehow we lost that match. We managed to lose it. Otherwise, we would have been on top of the table right now, but we're still in it. If we win by a good margin today, we pretty much get in the top 2.
And a big win today is critical for you. You've got to get that net run rate up.
Yeah, that's right. The net run rate needs to kick up. So the we don't need a win. We need a win with a good margin.
Fantastic. Thank you very much indeed. And just to say, the result of the toss is the Gohilwad Gladiators have won.
June 2022, a day to remember in the Parimatch News SPL Season 2. While batting first against the Royals, Sorath batted like a man on a mission for the Warriors, scoring the first ever century in Parimatch News SPL with the help of 9 fours and 6 sixes. Thanks to his record-breaking unbeaten 102, the Warriors raced to the second highest team total of the season. In reply, the Royals looked uncomfortable throughout the chase. Ramesh Bariati's 2 for 18 led the Warriors to their first win and planted a slim hope of reaching the final. Coming up today, the last of the double-headers. The Gladiators lock horns with the Warriors, and later the Lion will hope to roar triumphantly against the Heroes.
सौराष्ट्र के इन मैदानों में इस जंग के ऐलानों में हर तरफ यहाँ अब शोर चले देखेंगे किसका जोर चले जोर चले हर युद्ध यहाँ घनघोर चले हर तरफ यहाँ अब शोर चले सौराष्ट्र में किसका जोर चले
A bright, sunny, hot afternoon at the SCA Stadium in Rajkot. The stage is set, the excitement is building in, the vibes are sensational. Well, at this point in the tournament, everything is getting fierce. The competition is getting stiff. For us, midweek mania begins double headers today because it is 2 interesting matches ahead of us. First, it is the Gohilwad Gladiators versus the Kutch Warriors, and at 7 p.m. the Sorath Lions take on the Halar Heroes. Cricket fanats, you are in for a treat. Hello everyone, this is Madonna Tixera and you are watching Parimatch News presents Saurashtra Premier League Season 2. Alongside with me is a former cricketer Pragyan Ojha. Pragyan, finally the Kutch Warriors back their first victory of the season. Their dream is still alive to be in the tournament. Well, the score they put up was 189. What a humongous score. And the architect of that was Samarth Vyas at a strike rate of 173, 102 runs of 59 balls, 9 fours and 6 sixes. Wow!
And yes, absolutely, Samarth was on fire last night. But mind you, young guys watching him, they should also understand the way he paced his innings, the way he played those shots. Initially, he was trying to get those singles and doubles, and after that, when he got his eye in and he was confident, that's when he changed his gears and he just went bizarre and just went after the bowlers.
But I was absolutely impressed by the intent of the team, because even though the wickets were falling, the batters did not stop.
Yes, I think that's what they wanted to do. They were quite confident that I think Captain Agni was actually very crucial in that decision. He wanted his boys to play in a particular fashion, and that was just going after the bowlers, because it was a game which was do or die for them. But the way they responded, that shows why this tournament is so beautiful and unique.
Yes, they did it. And now let's take a look at the points table, where the Zalawad Royals have 4 points and they are on the top, but their net run rate has gone down now.
Yes, Royals must be thanking their net run rate. As I told you, in this tournament, we've seen so many times team with better net run rate always get that edge. So I think still this tournament is open, because we've got everybody quite similar. If they end up at 4 points each, then it will be very interesting, and that's when the net run rate will come in, and that's where the Royals will be having the last laugh.
But today's match is going to be very, very interesting, because it is between a team that has been unbeaten, the Gladiators, versus the Kutch Warriors, who are coming in with a momentum.
Yes, and Gladiators, if you look at the wins, Gladiators, I think 2 out of 2, they are the favorites. But as I told you, every game you have to win, because your net run rate is not that great. So this game, if Gladiator wins, they will qualify. And for Kutch Warriors, as I said, only thing that they can do is win this game and wait for the others and see what their net run rate is.
All right, yes, the game is absolutely on, but right now we head towards the pitch, where Sabah Karim takes us through the pitch report.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I wish I can say it's a splendid winter afternoon and the players are having a ball, but that is not the case here. It's hot, it's dry, and the players, although they have really enjoyed the outing here, that's more because of the way the surface have been produced. At the initial rounds, we noticed that the players, especially the batters, they had some difficulty in adjusting to the pace and bounce of the wicket. But as the tournament progressed, the batters especially have come to grips with the nature of the wicket, and they've played according to that. And we have seen some big scores being posted on the scoreboard. For today's wicket, this is day 7, a double header. The wicket has been rolled out quite well, a freshly prepared wicket. It seems very good for batters. The batters can trust the bounce and play their shots according to that. For spinners and for the pace bowlers, it's going to be hard toil. There's nothing in the wicket that suggests that they will get some movement of the surface. Although because it is such a lovely wicket to bat on, team would still prefer to bat first on a wicket like this, post a big score, and then try and challenge the team that bats second.
Well, today's wicket is a paradise for the batters, but right now we'll quickly head towards Johnny, who waits alongside with the captains for the toss.
Well, here we are in a very, very hot Rajkot. A beautiful day, though. A little bit of breeze from left to right as well. But we're here for the Parimatch News, match number 8 of the season of the SPL. And I'm delighted to be joined by the 2 captains away to my right-hand side. Firstly, Jaydev Unicat of the Gohilwad Gladiators and Agni Ayachi of the Kutch Warriors. First of all, we'll have a presentation ceremony of the plant, which Agni Ayachi will give to Jaydev. Thank you very much indeed. And away to my right-hand side also is the match referee, Prakash Bhatt. And let's get on with the toss. Jaydev Unicat has the coin. big call of heads. It's a tails. Jaydev, you've won the toss. What are you going to do?
We're going to bat first.
You must be delighted with how this competition's gone for you, 2 from 2.
Absolutely. I think we have had a tough game, to be honest. The last one, it wasn't quite what we wanted to do. But then win is a win. And I would like to come back strong in this game. Probably the batting unit, maybe. The bowling has been sorted. I think if the batting comes good in this game, I think we will be good to go through the end.
And one more win will see you into the final. That'll be a great achievement.
Yes, it will be. I think it's a short tournament. It's always important to keep going the way we started. I think the momentum is in our end. It's up to us now how to take care of it. And there are a couple of new guys coming into the team as well. So it will be good for them to get a game before the big game coming up.
Jaydev, thank you very much and go well.
Thank you.
Agni, are you happy with the result of the toss?
Not really. We were looking to bat first, so it's pretty hot out here, but let's see how it goes.
Agni, tremendous win yesterday. You must be delighted with form coming at a vital stage of the season.
Yeah, very happy with the win yesterday. Even the match before that, I think we were cruising along, but somehow we lost that match. We managed to lose it. Otherwise, we would have been on top of the table right now, but we're still in it. If we win by a good margin today, we pretty much get in the top 2.
And a big win today is critical for you. You've got to get that net run rate up.
Yeah, that's right. The net run rate needs to kick up. So the we don't need a win. We need a win with a good margin.
Fantastic. Thank you very much indeed. And just to say, the result of the toss is the Gohilwad Gladiators have won the toss and have elected to bat first.
The Gladiators have won the toss and decided to bat. With that, let's take a look at the lineup for both the teams.
Yeah, for the Gladiators, there has been 3 changes. Sahil comes in, then you've got Jyotir and Hardik. And Hardik is the one who bowls. Sahil is a wicket-keeper. They have made these changes. These are forced changes because their under-19 boys had to go for National Cricket Academy. And then when you look at the Kutch Warriors, there is one change. Vihar Jadeja has come in place of Chakravarti. So I think these are the changes that we're looking at right now.
It is extremely hot right now, Pragyan, on this pitch and the conditions. What do you think is going to happen?
I think you have to hydrate yourself and you have to make sure you stretch and use your energy very, very effectively, because last night, especially for the Kutch Warriors, last night they had a game and now they're going to play in the afternoon. So you have to be very careful. You have to be really warmed up. If you're not, then at times what happens is you may end up pulling your muscles.
True. Well, and who are the key players in today's match according to you?
For me, I think it will be Samarth for Kutch because the way he batted. And then when you talk about the Gladiators, I want the captain to do well, Jaydev Unadkar. He's a lovely guy. With great attitude, and I was listening to you then when you were mentioning that he was a captain when they won Ranji Trophy, so I want him to lead from the front.
So should I ask you about the predictions, or should I already assume the answer?
No, this time I'm like confused because both the teams have done really well. One team which has not lost a game, and when you talk about Kutch, the way they showed their talent last night, I believe they've got something more to offer.
Yes, of course. And estimated score today?
It'll be somewhere around 160, 170. That's what I'm expecting. It's an afternoon game. Maybe it can help spinners because it's very hot and dry. So that's what I'm expecting. 160, 170 will be a good score.
All right, thank you so much. Well, will it be the Gladiators who will lock the win and head towards the finals, or will it be the Warriors who will change things around? Who will rise to the occasion? Let's find out, because it's game time. Over to the commentators.
Thank you, Madonna and Pragyan. Who indeed is going to take this match? Gohilwad Gladiators sitting very pretty so far. They have a match in hand as the Kutch Warriors play their final match. I think it's all very evident. The skipper at the toss was very clear. They need to win for the Warriors and win big if they're to get ahead on that net run rate. The ground bathed in afternoon sunshine. There's a hint of a cloud though today, mind you. And that might discool things as we go along this double header. No rain, I hope. That's very far away. and a hint of a breeze always. Look at that, the cloud finally going through on the ground. Along with me, I've got Sabah Kareem, my good friend here. Sabah, I'll take the Gladiators, and perhaps you can do the Warriors. Here we are, Jadeja, Karthia, Purohit, Mankad, their big boy, gotten a big knock the first time around, went cheap in the second match, and Rahul, of course, putting that fabulous 4 for 14 record bowling as we get now to the other team. Well, they've done well to win the toss and bat first in these hot conditions. Quite obviously the right thing to do. And Sabah, of course, you were there earlier to read the pitch, which seems to be full of runs if you can just get in there and stay in there.
The Kutch Warriors, they're coming on back of a facile win registered yesterday. It was such an important encounter for them. So they do remain in contention. This game is such an important one for them. If they can win this with a healthy margin, they can stay in the hunt to reach the finals. Saurashtra Vyas, what a splendid knock he played yesterday, sensational. So Kutch Warriors, they will be up for this encounter. Gladiators, they are on a roll here. They've done very well. 2 out of 2. Prerak Mankad, you mentioned his name. They need a big knock from him. Jaydev Unatkar has led the side well. And they managed to win a close game, the last one around.
Agnivesh Ayachi, big man, strong man. Hasn't really contributed with the bat, but he is one of their top bowlers. And I think after his experimentation, the first match where he bowled first and gave plenty of wides, he has learnt and bowls either first change or sometime later at any rate. But he's got his task cut out. The greens, just a quick mention of the greens, as you may have heard during the toss. There is this is their Environment Day apparel, and it was wonderful to see Agni presenting their plant to the opposite number, Unatkar. And I hope that somebody will mark that plant outside the stadium, wherever it's planted, as the one handed over from one captain to the other on this wonderful day. Sony will begin alongside his opening partner for the Gladiators. They've batted reasonably well so far. This man, Karathia, don't know too much about him. We'll look to find out. These are the non-strikers for now. And hasn't he bowled well? Put in some wonderful performances. Kushang Patel, he doesn't look like your typical long, tall, strong fast bowler. Of course, he's strong, a little stocky, but he's almost always on target and has some wonderful figures to back that up. Wickets as well, not just keeping it tight. I think we're almost ready for the countdown to begin this double-header today. And we thank you, wherever you are watching around the world, whichever device you're watching. Thank you so much for joining us for our Parimatch News, Saurashtra Cricket Association SPL Season 2, which is racing along. Here we go.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's play.
Here we go. As always, Kushang right on target. A hint of movement away from the right-hander, but he doesn't quite have the speed to hurry the batsman. Yet he counters that with some great accuracy.
He's brought calm to this bowling unit of the Kutch Warriors. Unlike the captain, Gyachi, who generally starts off with a wide delivery, he's the one who's remained disciplined, has picked up wickets at the right time for his side. And even in yesterday's encounter, he had a big role to play. But they should be riding high on their confidence, the Kutch Warriors. The Gladiators, they've decided to bat first. And he gets some shape here, Kushang. And if he can pick up some early wickets, they may pose some more problems for the Gladiators.
Well, that's a fabulous delivery. Length, and you can argue it was marginally too far outside off stump, and which is why Sony had no real problem. But he did try and play at it. Such was the angle. And wonderful, healthy shape. He's got a first slip as well, along with the keeper. So he knows that he's happy to move the ball across. The right-hander, dangerous. Just a little too straight. That's what happens every once in a while. No, just a single. A little hesitation there about the two. These guys may not have batted too much together, which is always a problem. Better to run the one than to say yes and no for the second.
This will be a test of strength to the Kutch Warriors. They played a day-night game yesterday, and now they're up again in the afternoon. Most number of wickets here, Kushang Patel, 7 for the Kutch Warriors. Following him, Samar Gujar, the left-arm spinner from the Royals, and then Sanandya, who picked up some important wickets for the Gladiators. and these two bowlers are up against each other today.
With the ball moving away from the right-hander, best to have a third man. And he comes into action straight away. I'm not so sure any one of these two enjoy a big hitting reputation, but that's okay because we've seen in the power play, Sabha, that, you know, I don't know, maybe it's the modern game, who knows, but even if you get 40 or so in the 6 overs, that's a pretty healthy score as long as you don't lose wickets. Of course, Kushang bowling from the Parimatch News end, the commentary box end as well. Oh, wild swish. What was that?
They say that you need to play these big shots, but need to get in a good position to play a shot like this. You can't be away from the line of the ball and then try and hit. If you get towards the line of the ball, you have more chances of succeeding.
That seemed a little premeditated that, yeah, I'm going to try and hit big as soon as I see the ball slightly short. And then he almost bailed out of that shot. Didn't go through with it. He'll probably be glad he didn't. Could have taken a top edge and gone anywhere. So a change in the field, no slip. I wonder why. Just wants to go straighter, I think, Kushang. Up and just over mid-on. That was a dangerous shot. Tried that the last time, bailed out of it, and this time too, not convincing. Luckily for him, just over mid-on. That's a boundary. And they'll finish the first over at 6 for no loss. The Gohilwad Gladiators, 2 matches played, 2 matches won. They've had a wonderful tournament. Thanks to Prerak, the first match, a big 80 for him. And of course, they've got all the right men in the bowling arena as well. Jaydev will not cut their spearhead and captain. Churasima has done well, the leggy. Shanandia put in a fine performance. And of course, Kushang as well. But very quickly, they have Vihar Singh Jadeja on from the pavilion end, which is a bit of a surprise, but we know that lefty spinners are almost always on target, and they're the best selection to bowl during the power play. Keep it very tight.
Last ball, last over. Good hit from the right-hander there. This is much better. I guess at least into a good position to play a shot like this. He only had to clear the fielder at mid-on and manages that quite well.
Yeah, it just seemed a little dangerous. I don't think he caught it in the right part of the bat, but luckily for him, enough of the bat on it. So here's a look at what you looked very closely at earlier. Shorn of most of the grass that we saw in the earlier matches, and this looks very, very good for batting. Sabha.
Yeah, unlike some of my colleagues, Charu, I was out there in the sun working very hard and analyzing the wicket.
Wow, what a shot in the meantime. Yeah, that was short, drifting over leg stump. Is that a 6-4? What, we'll find out. But that was a gimme. Very loose delivery by Vihar Singh Jadeja.
Enough time for the batter to play that one. Pulls that one with ease. Maybe bounced before it hit the skirting or went over the ropes.
Yeah, well, tough. I'm glad I'm not deciding. If I were the batting team, I'd certainly claim 6. You don't have any fielder near there as well to give us an indication. Maybe it did land an inch or so inside the boundary padding. So we'll see what the decision is. Still very early, though, as we know, Sabha, every run matters in T20 cricket, and sometimes you feel, well, if that were given a 6, we would have won by a run. Let's hope there's a good comeback delivery here. Yes, it is. Well done.
You possibly can't set a field for a poor delivery. We've been saying this for ages now. But there you see a short delivery, the one that was hit for 4, and now immediately they posted a fielder at deep mid-wicket. You need to have that kind of confidence in your bowler. You want him to come back. And again, a good blow. Oh, superb batting here, this time from Karatia. Second four on this over.
Well, one ball too short. And immediately, I think the batsman was expecting Nihar Singh Jadeja to bowl a little fuller. He was ready for it. In the slot, went through with the shot because mid-on was up, though there was a long off. But as long as you keep it behind the bowler, that was very safe.
These are the mind games. The batter was really up for it. He knew that the first one was a half tracker. He knew that the bowler will pitch it up and he was ready for it, and he smashes that one.
Well, once again, Agni Ayachi responding to the horse having bolted earlier. So we've got a long on now. And the long off comes into mid-off. Well, he's not going to fall in the same trap, is he? A little bit of yes and no. These are the most dangerous runs when they go somewhere towards between the two wickets, because both feel is their call, and a little dangerous at times. Ouch. A bit of a collision between the non-striker and the bowler, but no harm done. Ends with a single. Karatia, the new man, playing his first match. 2 overs gone, 15 for no loss. The Royals are through with their commitment, going down yesterday, though they still top the table. Of course, the Gladiators have today this match and then a match in hand. The Lions still potentially can make it. The Halar Heroes, well, again, they have a match in hand, having played only 2. And of course, the Kutch Warriors in trouble. Well done. Kushang continues his accurate ways.
These are very quick learning from Kushang. In the last over, he bowled. He got smashed by Karatia because he bowled it up, and the batter was ready for that one. This time he pulled the length a little bit short, did not allow the batter Karatia, and that bat swing and standing outside the crease.
And he does move the ball, so if it's pitched slightly further up a good length, you always wonder, should I go for it or not? Ah, that's short, and he might get a wicket. Again, bailed out of that shot did Karatia. Promoted to an opener today, his debut match, going along quite well, and then hesitation, as he probably in his mind said, should I cut hard or not? Very soft dismissal.
Intelligent stuff from Kushang. He knew that the batter was standing outside the crease, and this has to be a Parimatch news cheerful moment for the Kutch Warriors. They struck the first blow here. They got rid of Karatia, who's looking good. There's a shot delivery from him. He was in no position to play a shot like that. He was actually surprised by the bowler. And the result, he just guided it, but straight into the air and straight into the hands of the fielder at backward point. So well done, Kushang, and well done, Kutch Warriors. The first wicket, Karatia. He goes back 10 of 9 deliveries, and the Gladiators 15 for 1.
On the crease now for the Gladiators, the big boy. Prerak Mankad, a big 80 in the first match, which was match winning. And through the series, of course, this is the second season. He scored 170, perhaps not indicating his true ability. He's certainly one of the biggest batting heroes of Saurashtra cricket.
I'm also looking at a at a Saurashtra's perspective, he's such a regular player for Saurashtra. This is what happened. He should have either bailed out or he should have gone ahead with that uppercut and just got caught in the middle. Good delivery from Kushank Patel. So what I was talking about, Charu, is that for him, for Prerak Mankad, it's a good opportunity for him to come at number 3 and try and assert himself. That will allow the state selectors to use him in different positions, because generally he comes into bat number 4, number 5 in white ball cricket. And he happens to be a batting all-rounder. So if you add more flexibility in your skill, that helps the team to grow.
No question, but I suspect, like any batsman, he's also a little nervy at the start, because that was just a poke to a ball moving away. Could have easily been caught out. Here he is again, same ball, same result. And this is how he got out in the second match they played. He'd gotten 1 or 2 runs and just nicked it to the keeper. His feet don't move. I think he's a slow starter, but he looks so good once he's set.
You're impressed with the memory, Charu? Yes, that's what happened precisely, because there's no footwork whatsoever from Prerak Mankad. The ball is new, you need to move your feet. It's getting stuck in the crease and then trying to play from there. It does not bode well at this stage for Prerak Mankad.
Kushank seems to have his measure. Same ball, Kushank. Yes, well done. Just slightly closer. And Mankad right behind it. What a terrific over. 1 ball to go so far, a wicket maiden. And this is a little bit of early nerves for the Gladiators. I wonder why, because after having won the toss, choosing to bat first, batting conditions, they should have been racing along a little better than this, but it just shows the exceptional ability of Kushank. Not too quick, but on target with movement. Can't argue against that with a new ball.
Great discipline here from Kushank. He got smashed in the first over he bowled, but since then it's been a superb comeback.
Yeah, just a little too straight. Prerak happy to take that first run. Always important. Any batsman, anywhere, anytime. You enjoy your first run. 3 gone, 16 for 1. The Gohilwad Gladiators, the skipper Onatkar had mentioned during the toss, Sabha, you remember hearing that we blooded a couple of youngsters today. One of them, Karathia, who scored 10, but only 1 or 2 authentic shots, and then he seemed to be a little uncertain about how hard to go. Now Sony, who's played before, has the company of Mankad, and surely they can now do a bit of a repair job here. 3 overs still to go in power play. Enough time to get maybe another 20, and 36 is really par, as long as they don't lose any more wickets, Sabha.
Yes, I think get to about 40-45 without losing a wicket. That'll put them in a pretty decent position. From there they can accelerate. The last game the Gladiators won, Kuldeep Rawal and Sanandya, they were such a revelation for their side, because the top order looked quite brittle, especially with the departure of Prerak Mankad. So that's one thing to keep in mind, especially for the Kutch Warriors. They do have strong batting lower down the order.
Parimatch yesterday put in a fabulous bowling performance, 2 for 18, while everybody else was being carted around. He was very frugal. Well, again, Mankad a little uncertain with that cut. I think the lack of pace did him in.
It is also a surface, Charu, where you need to bide your time before trying to play such thunderous shots. This time, although it wasn't such an attempt, but still you need to take some more time. And during this phase, equally important to keep the scoreboard ticking by picking those singles. Even Samat Vyas yesterday, if you recall, he took his time before he went and played those huge shots.
What a fine 100 yesterday. There is a third man. It should only be a single hesitation. Prerak wants the second. Sony not too keen. perhaps the right decision, but Sony should really have been looking at his partner rather than ball watching. A lot of youngsters tend to do that, especially when it goes beyond the non-striker. The non-striker's ball watching, and they're almost always a little later than he should be.
Was there a second run? I think if Prerak had gone for it, and if the non-striker or if the other batter had responded, they may have completed the second run.
Well, post facto, we can certainly claim that the second was on because the throw was wild. But otherwise, it could have been tight with a better throw. Sony here has a chance to impress his captain and, of course, Prerak Mankad as well, by at least rotating the strike, if not hitting the big ones. Padiachi once again tight as he was yesterday.
Yeah, the seam bowlers did a fabulous job for the Kutch Warriors, including their captain yesterday. And they've done the left-arm spinner. He picked up some wickets. So the new ball attack is pretty decisive from the Kutch Warriors.
Much easier to bowl well when you're defending 190, by the way. Almost like a slow motion heave there by Sony. The ball was almost in the keeper's gloves by the time he completed his shot. So I think a chat is necessary, and that's what's happening. Mankad comes and has a chat with Sony. As we take a look at that again yesterday. Oh, was he animated or what, the skipper? Wearing green today, mind you, for environmental reasons.
I quite like that, Charu. Look at him. Quite emotional on the ground. He expects such high standards from his colleagues on the field. He wasn't happy at all.
Oh, he's still going on at it. Right on target, and Sony unable to pierce the infield. This is turning out to be yet another wonderful over for the Warriors. The last one just one run and a wicket. This one just one run so far. Last ball coming up from Padiachi.
Normally what we saw in yesterday's encounter, the match referee steps in, but because it was against your own colleague, I'm sure the match referee decided not to do anything about it.
I'm sure that colleague was waiting for the match referee, someone, an umpire, to intervene, saying, bail me out here. What did I do? I just took a shy at the stump and it was legitimate.
Yes.
Goes up in desperation and spoons it to mid-off. That's wicket number 2. Just sheer pressure of not scoring. First Kushang, now Padiachi put a lot of pressure on the Gladiator batsman, and it has paid rich dividend.
It was quite a struggle for Sony at the crease. He's been pushed up the order to open the innings, an unlike position for him. He tried his best. He was getting desperate. Straight into the air, and quite an easy catch for the fielder at mid-off. So Padiachi strikes in his first over. And the second wicket falls for the Gladiators. They are in trouble here. They are 17 for 2. And Sony walks back dejectedly. Gone for 5.
Jadeja walks in to join Mankad. Time of trouble. Now they have bailed themselves out in the past. That's because Mankad played a blinder. Jadeja is the 7th match, 91 runs so far. The strike rate, not something to write home about, 110. And I suspect, as you said, the Gladiators now not only in trouble, but they'll have to play very carefully, intelligently, to bail themselves out of this situation, even though we've got 2 power play overs still left. But no excessive swinging, just to bide the time, ride away a few deliveries. They might get an option here of hitting big, because this is disrespectful, I beg your pardon, because Agni Ayachi, the skipper, says, well, I think I'll bowl now. He'd do very well to keep it as tight as Kushang and Padiachi have done so far.
And batting and power play is not an easy job at all. You need to have that clarity in your mind before you step out on the crease. And it wasn't there at all from Sony. He tried to upset the bowler's rhythm by that strange kind of a reaction before the ball was delivered. Did not help him at all in the end. And this kind of fragility in the top order, it will really worry the Gladiators. This time again in the air.
Should be taken, could be taken from mid-off. No, just a couple of yards. Too much to do. And they have run some big runs in the meantime. The very first delivery trying to attack Agni, and he's going to be on his fielders again. Let's see Agni, please. There we go. Come on, guys. Couldn't you run faster?
And the fielder is Kushang. The captain, you better not upset him. He's your main bowler. Prerak trying to accelerate. Did not really get behind the ball. There was no power at all. And that is why, lucky for him, it did not go in the hands of the fielder at mid-off. That is Kushang.
All right, Agni, what next? Wasn't a bad delivery. Trying to attack him, the batsman. Just a little too straight. Does get a bit of shape, though, away from the right-hander, Agni Ayachi. And, of course, it's pretty quick, which is understandable because he's a big boy. Strongly muscled.
Batting against a new ball is also going to be a challenge for Prerak Mankat. We have talked about this, Charu, that to bat against new ball bowlers with this white new ball that moves around a little bit, he needs to use his feet. And he did that so well in the first game. Scored 82 of 52. Tough situation for the Gladiators. He bailed them out by a superb match-winning knock.
Now that's what you expect from some of your top batters. Prerak Mankat right behind that. More a square drive than a cut, really. He played that very well. 4 fielders on the offside. Well, 5 actually in the circle. No, 4 in the circle, 1 at third man. No one got close to it.
Strong bottom hand from Prerak Mankat. Front foot square drive. Finds the gap. Fierce shot from Prerak. He had the room to do that.
I wonder what that will do to the skipper who's bowling now, Agnivesh Ayachi, who has quickly responded by getting third man into the circle and sending cover point back to the boundary for exactly that same shot again. And it's a similar shot, but this time into the covers. And there seems to be some pre-decided batting here by Mankat, saying, I'm going to take Agni on and disturb him further. That was a knock that we were talking about earlier. 82 of the finest against the Royals. Prerak Mankat looked like he'd do no wrong. Of course, he did eventually hold out, but looked very, very good. Sorry, it was 82 not out, wasn't it, against 52. Goes for it again, could be taken. And oh, falls just a yard short of the man running in from the point boundary. Nihar Jadeja, the skipper's getting the looks again. Not him, let's see the skipper. There we go, incensed. But he does wear his emotions on his sleeve.
Agonizingly close to the fielder there. Tried his best. One bounce into the fielder's hand. He could have gone for it if he had dived forward. And the captain once again is not very happy.
Well, he has created a couple of chances, that we'll have to say. Last ball. Oh, brilliant. Is that going to be 6? Wow. Where did Prerak Mankat dream up of that shot? Walked across and helped it along. Brilliant pickup by Mankat. 16 from the over. 33 for 2.
Good end to the 5th over for the Gladiators. Signs of aggression. Prerak Mankat surviving a half chance and is making the most of it. That's 6. And that last delivery of Agnivesh was a sight to watch, but this is good aggression, good counter-attack. They need to move on from here. Just the right time to welcome former international star Pragyan Ojha with me in the comm box.
And we've got Ramesh Padiachi here. But when you look at both these batsmen, especially Prerak, This is the shot that you were just discussing. His aggression, and it's quite clear. Modern day T20, this is what has taught all these young boys, and it really shows the mindset of the batsman, especially Prerak. He's a guy who's just going to go after you. He likes playing at a certain strike rate and just go after the bowler, and he wants to dominate. That's what his mindset has been till now, and in the previous game also. So even if he gets out, he's backing himself to go hard at the bowlers.
This time, very good field change made by Agnivesh. The moment Prerak came on strike, he got third man up and pushed that fielder towards backward point in the deep. Now that's the kind of impact Mankar is making in the field as well. Survived a half chance. Quite a few changes in the top order. Usually it's a different opening pair, but this time it was Fenil Soni and Sahil Karatia opened. Otherwise, it's always been Nihar Waghela and Vishwaraj Jadeja. So we've seen a lot of change in the batting order for Gladiators.
I think these are the forced changes that we're talking about. They had some under-19 boys in the team, but they had to go for the National Cricket Academy camps that normally they have in the summer. So they've just been relieved of their duties to go there and train with the best at National Cricket Academy, and that's the reason why this changes we see.
Yes, sometimes you get the impression that Gladiators are over-reliant on Mankar staying in the middle, and he's the accumulator and the aggressor as well. Watchfully played towards mid-wicket. Yes, no, and finally they complete a single.
I think interestingly, if you look at both the teams, we initially thought that they depend on particular players, but after last two games that these two teams have played, we could make out that they have other stars who can rise to the occasion and win games. We saw Kuldeep doing it for his side, Saurashtra doing it, and for Kutch Warriors we saw Sorath coming in and getting a brilliant 100. So they have got few other stars as well in the team, and when the situation comes, that is what that is how they deliver. And there's something going on in the field. It's hot and the heat is rising.
Oh yes, it's hot and happening here at the Saurashtra Cricket Association Stadium in Rajkot. Not easy conditions to play in. Fitness will be tested. The heat is oppressive.
It's very important how you hydrate yourself. Normally if you have an afternoon game or a long game and it's a summer, what they do is all the players, they start hydrating from a night before, and it's over 36 for 2.
Kushang, Vihar, Padyachi and Ayachi are the four bowlers who've been used up so far in the power play, and but for Vihar Singh, who went for 9 runs, and Ayachi was costly. Both of the bowlers securing a wicket and getting a breakthrough as well. 2 wickets down in the first 6 overs.
Vandit comes in to bowl, but the interesting fact is Kushang, the way he's been performing, he looked under the radar, but he comes, he does his work and just silently goes away. He's always been under the radar. This game also he's bowled 2 overs and he's been economical and picked up a wicket.
At the moment, I would want to believe this is a very crucial phase. That's because this partnership will hold the key. Now Jadeja, I believe, is an opener for Saurashtra in the T20 Mustaq Ali Trophy, and he's been brought in the middle order today, and he's with Prerak Mankar, the informed batter. If they can stitch a vital partnership, Gladiators can think of a sizable total. Each time they have played in the previous 2 games, they have taken it to the final over, and their batting has been a little concern.
Yes, it has been. That is the reason I said that you have to find new heroes every day. The T20 format is such where a particular batsman or a bowler cannot win you all the games. You need to find different heroes. But for these two teams, we saw different heroes. We saw Samad doing it with the bat last night, and then prior to that, we saw Kuldeep and Shaurya doing it for the Gladiators.
Yes, the low middle order coming to the fore for the Gladiators. Kuldeep Rawal turning hero. Sanandhya getting a big 6 in the dying moments of the game, but you don't want to leave too much for the end. You want your top order to lay down the foundation. Take a look at the first 6 overs, how it panned out. Opening partners Fennel Soni and Sahil Karatia. They did show signs of aggression early on, got underneath the ball. This was in two minds, just checked the shot in the end and spooned it to the fielder at point. That was Sahil Kataria, and then Fennel Soni as well. Nicely bowled right underneath the bat. That's what Agnivesh has done time and again. Just ask questions to the batters.
Yeah, that's what he needs to do. He's been slight expensive, and this is the wicket that we're talking about. Fennel, while trying to hit that shot, I think this is a beautiful 6. This is what shows the mindset of Prerak Mankad. And I was talking about the wicket. He's trying to hit hard. Maybe he sliced the ball a bit. I'm talking about Fennel Soni. And when you're playing T20 cricket, it is very important that you cannot be making your mind set to a particular position. You have to think about changing your batting position or maybe bowling on different situations.
Shot and wide, very lucky to get away. Well, that's Bhavesh Patel, very fine umpire, done a great job in the tournament, and giving him company is Tejas Oja as well, who's at the square leg region. 2 on-field officiating umpires. The match referee for this game was Prakash Bhatt, and the TV umpire Piyush Kakkar as well in attendance. Nicely played for a single towards sweeper cover. The field restrictions have been lifted, so now it's time to just consolidate and start playing sensible cricket.
Yes, I think according to the situation, you have to change your game. It is very important. If you don't bat according or bowl according to the situation, then you're not doing any good for your team. And you cannot go far. If you have to go far, you have to bat the situation. That's what the grades of the game have always said. It is not your natural game. It is your skill, how you adapt to the situation and to the condition and play according to it. And that's how all this match winners or big players, you see, they have always done it according to the situation, not according to their natural game.
And the moment you see Mankad on strike, once again third man comes up in the circle, and a very unorthodox backward deep point in position, maybe for that slash or that uppercut, and a sweeper cover as well in position. In the meanwhile, a deep mid wicket, deep square leg, and a long on 2. He's eyeing that region, or offside region, another single. What's the way forward? Should one turn aggressive, Pragyan, another just stay around?
I think this is the time when one has to take that initiative. I believe Prerak Mankad is the one who has to play. He's a busy guy. He has to play his game. And the other end, if you look at Jadeja, he has to make sure the wicket is there. And that's how they should build on. I'm not saying they have to go all out, but I'm saying they have to be take their chances, but they have to be very calculative.
Nicely bowled, played on the up on this occasion. Running the first run fast, they'll keep it to 1. Another quiet over here for the Gladiators. 7 gone, it's 41 for 2. A nice little partnership brewing between Mankar and Jadeja. They have stitched 24 and 18 deliveries, and this partnership, this association will be vital as they look to score somewhere in excess of 150. They've been the most impressive side, haven't dropped a game so far in the tournament, but their batting has been a little of a concern. GG versus KW today. Kutch Warriors playing their last game. Gladiators winning the toss and deciding to bat first.
For Gladiators, they know because they have won 2 games out of the 2 games that they have played, and this is their 3rd game, and if they win, they are comfortable. But when you talk about Kutch Warriors, that's not the case. Even if they win, they have to wait for others how they perform and what they do. So only thing that you can do as Kutch Warrior is win this game. And if you are in a comfortable position, make sure you better your net run rate.
Yes. It's that moment in this tournament where a win would practically seal your spot if you're in the top half of that points table. Vandit Jivrajani has been introduced into the attack. Another left arm orthodox spinner. Beg your pardon, a right arm off break. Nicely played towards the cover region.
And the points table that we're talking about, only reason why Zalawad Royals are good because they have a better net run rate. And Gladiators, if they win this game, they automatically go on top because they have won both the games that they've played. But as I said, for Kutch Warriors, it is very difficult. So I believe Sorath Lions and Gladiators are in a better position.
Just picks that from outside off and plays it towards mid-wicket. They're looking for the second, one for the arm, and they completed comfortably. They'll need more of this. They'll need more of these singles being converted into doubles. Quick reminder to all our fans as well, they have a good chance of forming a good team in this level up 11 contest. All you have to do is make your fantasy game to the next level and win big. Shift to Level Up 11, India's fastest growing fantasy app, where you can play and become a fantasy king. Exciting prizes and giveaways. The next level fantasy gaming is here. You can download the app and you can create your team as well. That's been the problem in the middle overs. Most teams have not been able to accelerate in this phase, and that's put the pressure on the batters to follow.
Yeah, at time it does. It depends on the wicket and the conditions and the situation as well. But here, I believe Parimatch Mangat should try and look for those singles and doubles, even if you're not getting boundaries. Normally, if you don't get those as a attacking player, if you don't rotate strike, what happens is the pressure builds up and you end up playing a rash shot. So as a batsman, you don't want to be in that situation. The best thing that you can do is try and rotate the strike.
Yes, it's a spread out field at the moment. Only 4 inside the circle. Fair indication that they open gaps as well. Quicker through there this time, just hurrying the batter. Another single towards long on. So proceedings have slowed down in the middle at the moment. Get the impression something is going to give way now.
I think Agnivesh has been a very good leader for his side. Suddenly we saw, since last night, he's been reading the game really well, trying to talk to his bowlers. See, this is what we're talking about. If you don't rotate strike, this is what happens. And it's over, 45 for 2.
Well, that time of the year when the sun is beating really hard, and it can get very, very difficult as well. Even though if you're a professional athlete, the heat can be very sweltering as well, and that's why at times you really want to depend on some hydration as well. But we are at the SCA stadium here in Rajkot, and I'll tell you what, it is an absolute beauty of a stadium.
That's very true. It's a beautiful stadium and a wonderful place to play some quality cricket. And when you talk about cricket, you have to be very careful with the conditions as well. When it's hot, you have to make sure you hydrate yourself. As I was telling you, normally when you have an afternoon game or you're playing the longer format, what happens is in a place where it is hot, you have to hydrate yourself prior to the game. Like one day before the game, you start hydrating yourself.
Absolutely, Pragyan. Devdand has been introduced into the attack. Best of 2 for 28, an economy slightly under 8. You'll want to accept it in this format of the game, but what they've done is they've kept the Gladiators quiet in the first 8 overs. Despite all the conditions we're talking, there's still a fan following for the sport that turns up at the stadium. Tossed up, inside out. What a shot. That's a lovely looking 6 over extra cover. All he had to do was get in position, and he played an absolute delightful hit over the cover region.
That was a special welcome to Dev here, and it's a Parimatch News cheerful moment for the batting side, and a great welcome to the bowler. He just said, boss, you can't be bowling to me with this slow deliveries outside off. I'm ready.
Another tossed up delivery, played down the ground towards long off. So Prerak Mankad has decided if anything is in the slot, he's going to go after it, but that's 6. Everything good about the shot. Slightly fuller, gets into position, inside out, and tees off.
So slightly fuller, and it was just outside off stump. That's the reason why it was easy for Prerak Mankad to go over covers.
And what Jadeja should be doing is just taking that single and going at the other end and watching Mankad play those hits, because he's quite capable of converting even a good ball into a scoring opportunity.
True that. That's what I was telling you. For Jadeja, it's quite clear. You just have to give the strike to Prerak, and rest of the things Prerak will take care. And they have a change in the field. They've got 3 fielders like inside the circle. They have one short third, backward point, and a deep cover. So to cut down on that over cover shot.
Oh, he sweeps it from outside off. That's a wonderful hit. And equally adept in the field is Amit Ranjan in the deep. Very good stop.
It's a very interesting thing. Very good fielding by Amit here. This is what we talk about T20 cricket. You have to throw yourself. It is very interesting when he didn't have a fielder. I'm talking about the deep covers. He bowled outside off. But the moment he had that fielder, he bowled on the stumps, and that's what helped Prerak Mankad play that sweep. So you should be bowling according to your field. And if you bowl according to that, you may create some chances on a wicket which is not helping you so much.
Absolutely, Pragyan. Gives the charge. Nicely negotiated towards the mid-wicket region for a single. Jadeja will retain strike. It's been a good over for them. 9 gone. It's 57 for 2. .40 runs between both these batters. This partnership is looking good, and 33 have come from the bat of Mankad. That's the kind of impact he's had. talk about runs.
The most runs, if you look at, it's Sheldon Jackson at the top. And he's been dominating. He's got a couple of good 50s for his side. And Vandit continuing his spell, and he's been very handy with those off spins. Normally to a right-hander, bowling off spin is a bit tough at times, but here he's been bowling really well, bowling those quicker ones, mixing the pace.
Right, they're playing to a plan. It's pretty obvious. 4-4 so far, 2 6s, most of it coming from the bat of Mankad. But what's fairly evident, Pragyan, is that Mankad will take his chances, will be the aggressor. Jadeja is happy going to the non-striker's end, and he's playing perfect foil for him. Picks it this time towards the mid-wicket region. Work to do for long on, but he'll give up, and Jadeja finds a boundary. Just when we spoke about roles, well, Jadeja says, no, I'm also here to play my hits.
He's been positive, and I was just telling you, I think he heard you. Then he's like, no boss, I'm here, I can bat too, and I can bat aggressively as well. If the ball is in my court, I'm going to punish him.
Half tracker, the enough time, didn't have to go onto the back foot, just played it from his crease, and a very powerful hit. Very ordinary delivery there by Vandit. This time just chipped over the cover region, and I'll tell you what, he's found another boundary. This is great placement and improvisation. He's playing on both sides of the wicket, and Jadeja is not missing out on the scoring opportunities.
And the only thing that I loved about Jadeja is he's timing really well. He's not trying to muscle the ball, he's just trying to time it. First one we saw, it was a short delivery, pulled it really well, and after that, playing over covers to an off spinner, you can only do that if you time the ball. And that's a 50 runs partnership in 34 deliveries. I think this is something which is building up for the Gladiators, and they will be proud of it if they continue to do so.
Oh yes, remarkable turnaround, great counter attack, rebuilding as well. And Jadeja, who's usually an opener for the side today, just dropped in that batting order because I believe Rakshit Mehta is not on the side, maybe creating some depth over here, Gladiators. And he's done really well, Jadeja, with the new role.
And that's what you have to do in T20 cricket. You cannot stick to a particular role, you have to change yourself. And that's how you become a better player. End of the over, 69 for 2.
Well, the Gohilwad Gladiators are going rather well. 69 for 2, a couple of early losses. And yes, Karathir and Mankad are going extremely nicely. Sorry, Jadeja and Mankad going extremely nicely, this partnership. Worked away on the onside. I'll get through for a single. Delighted to be joined, well, once again by a man who's got 48 international caps across all disciplines, Prajan Ojha. Prajan, it's lovely to see you, my friend.
Same here, Johnny. It's been a pleasure to watch these two guys bat really well, and the way Kutch Warriors, they have been playing so far. Last night was outstanding, and the way Agnivesh has led his team is also an example for youngsters. How you can read the game. Oh, the ball, as soon as it got old, it's holding up a bit. So it's very important that how you play now. See, the ball is holding up a bit.
Yes, absolutely spot on. Just holding in the surface. That could easily have gone to hand. Not a million miles away, you have to say. Down the track and working into the onside. Just be the single on this occasion.
what I'm loving, Johnny, is the bowler is just holding up slowly for a fraction of a second and looking at the batsman and then delivering. What happens is you cannot step out predetermining, because it's going to be, at times you can get late, or maybe you can step out a little early.
Yeah, pace off the ball from Dev down. That's a lap sweep and that's in the gap. Well, that's a terrific pick-up by Mankad. Just one bounce and 4 runs. Nice bit of batting, picked it up early.
That's a great shot. So that's a difference between, and that's Parimatch News, cheerful moment, and it is brought to you by the lovely batsman Prerak Mankad. The way he's batting, he's been exceptional. The ball wasn't that bad, but the way he converted it was exceptional. And the expression says it all in the bowler's head.
Oh, he's gone! Oh, he's gone! He skips down the wicket on that occasion. And oh dear, misses by some margin. Little bit of turn as well to assist. And Mankad will have to drag himself off the field of play. But a little bit of turn away from the bat. Terrific bit of bowling, just held it back a fraction on that occasion.
I told you this bowler is intelligent. He's taking the time and he looked at the batsman and then he pulled the length back and really foxed the batsman here. The in-form batsman, Prerak Mankad, and that celebration and that satisfaction. Prerak Mankad walks back for brilliant 40. It's 75 for 3.
Yeah, lovely bit of work behind the stumps as well by Haivik Desai. And the new man, well, it's the skipper. Decided to come in at number 5. Middle order slot, he's batted most of the way through. Jadev Unikat. And he's there, well, because of this. Yeah, lovely stuff. Really was by Desai, who was quick as a flash behind the stumps. And yeah, no chance of getting back. Delighted to be joined by Charu Sharma, who's popped into the box. I'm getting all the stars this afternoon.
Well, we're desperately seeking your company. Thank you, Johnny. What a great delivery. To get rid of a well-set batsman, that to the best in the team. Brings out the skipper, Unadkat. Now, he's not known for long innings, and I'm being a little unkind to him, but it's certainly for some long hits. So what's in store here? Some big hits or just pushing it around? For the moment, pushing it around, which is a good move to begin with. Successful over as they take a late single call. Well done, 76 for 3.
Yeah, 76 for 3. And Jadeja's going quite nicely on 20 off 18, but Mankad with already an 82 to his name, he'll be disappointed to have gone for 40.
Yeah, he's a big score guy, Prerak Mankad, as you take a look at that Lord's style media box, which is where we're sitting. Jeev Rajani comes back in. 2 over 16, no joy for him today.
Wide of the off stump, just looking to cut. Here's the skipper.
I wonder what role he is planning for himself. I mentioned that just a minute ago. I'll say it again because he's walked in a shade earlier than he would in most teams. Of course, he is the skipper. Choose when he wants to come in.
Getting the cut away on that occasion. Slapping it out, and they'll stroll through for a single.
That Munkard wicket is much bigger than we think, because I don't think they bat too deep. That's been their problem. When Munkard got out cheap the last match, they got to nothing at all, 110 something, wasn't it? Of course, they bowled very well to then win that match as well. However, the platform has been set if these batsmen can push it forward to at least 150, if not a little more, and that should be a pretty good score against the Greens today.
Cutting down the ground, there will be a single. Yeah, 150 is a good score. Interestingly enough, that's where we are with par, actually, in this season's competition, 150. One thing I would say about the 150 mark is there's only been 2 chases of 150 in the history of all the games we've had across the 2 seasons. Not easy chasing. Wide of the off stump, a lovely looking cover drive. Beautiful shot. There is a man on the road, so they'll scamper back for a couple. But proper bit of batting from the skipper.
Yeah, it was a nice shot. 2 dives to stop that one from the opposite number. Skipper here, number 7, dives over the ball. And then, of course, another dive at the boundary. Very well done. Quite brilliant to prevent the boundary. Was a handsome shot, you're right. Got on top of the ball.
Just tossed up on that occasion. Good over this. Another dot in the piece.
When you take a wicket, almost invariably the run rate goes down for a bit, and teams allow for that, account for it. I just wonder when Unadkat will try and go big, because I can't imagine they'll be very patient.
Gets cut away. Well done. Just about beat the man at backward point. I'll get through for a single. End of the over. 81 for 3, and we're 12 gone. Yeah, interesting. Looking at Kutch Warriors, they've been very, very disciplined. Just the one bowler I actually, invariably, who's above 10 runs and over. 4 above 10 runs and over in the first game, 3 in the second game. Much better yesterday. And Dev Dand is going quite nicely. His economy is just below the 10 mark.
But both Kushang and Parimatch have bowled fabulously today.
Yeah, looks the kind of surface where Prajan Ojha, while he was with us, just talked about bowlers taking the pace off the ball, sticks in the surface a little. Slow bowlers really starting to come into this.
Yeah, he's been expensive, done, but he got the most valuable wicket, so no wonder he earned himself another over. They'll probably bowl him through. I'm waiting for Parimatch and Kushang to come back later in the innings. They're going to continue to make it very difficult to score runs because of their accuracy.
Getting a pull away on the onside. Didn't really time it, got there eventually. Just get through for another single.
This is a bit of a problem for the Gladiators, because Jadeja is not exactly motoring. He's okay, striking at 110, and Unadkat's just come in. So for Unadkat, I think the plan is pretty simple. The skipper says, you've been there very long, Jadeja, so I'm just going to push it around for a single. You go for the big hits.
He's looking, searching for that on the offside. Just managed to get it in front of the man at point. Just a single, though.
Yeah, I wonder if there's some kind of internal pressure building up for the opposite team, not for this man, because his bowlers have done a really good job, particularly, as I've said a little earlier, Kushang and Parimatch. You know, that pressure is being built up, then we might see a big shot soon, which is full of danger. Well played. They could even think of 2 here. Will they?
Yeah, you feel, as you quite rightly said, that Unadkat is kind of in as a pinch hitter, really. Would usually, normally, the higher level of cricket you would go up, you would sort of be in the lower reaches of that order. But a very capable ball striker. We haven't seen it yet, though. Did keep a fraction low, just outside that off stump, and all they can get is another single. Really tight stuff from Dan now. Just 5 singles in a row.
Can't imagine that they'd be trying to play out Dan, because I mean, he's done very well to get rid of Mankad, but he's not their lead bowler. So this is just a very quiet rebuilding passage of play.
Oh, the reverse. He's played that really well. Oh, fantastic stuff. Wonderful stuff. It's just a couple of bounces and it's 4 runs, but it's terrifically played and takes a bit of pressure off. End of the over, 90 for 3, and we're 13 gone.
Well played, Jadeja. That's exactly what the skipper wants. Last ball, last over, a reverse, and he connected it really well. Of course, you have to predetermine these shots, and he was lucky he didn't kind of have his rear foot crash into the stumps as well. Got a little close when he fell down, but that was very well played. Just what the skipper expects from Jadeja, to push it along whenever possible, while he himself plays a quieter role on that cut. Jivrajani. Not going to take the 2, are they? They do. They'll have to scamper and make it quite easily. But Honor, down by the ground, has another special guest.
In conversation with Nikhil Rathod, the owner of Gohilwad Gladiators. Well, Nikhil, are you happy with the performance of the team by far in the tournament?
Yeah, I'm very happy with the performance. We just won 2 out of 2 games, and right now our team is at a good total right now, and I'm pretty happy with it.
What do you have to say about your captain, the star of Saurashtra, Unnat Kutch?
He is indeed, he is the winner of the Ranji Trophy, which has been the memorable and the historic moment for Saurashtra. And luckily we got a pick and we managed to get him. He is the sharpest mind in cricket as of now, and I'm very happy with that.
Well, you have been a former cricketer too, played under-19 World Cup in 2004 for India. So do you keep giving them tips time and again?
No, tips is like, it is not my territory to give tips, but I can, make things comfortable for them. I can give them that access to express themselves so that they can, prove their potential on this bigger platform and the stage, what they have got today.
Well, and they're doing a phenomenal job. What do you think of this initiative Parimatch News presents Saurashtra Premier League Season 2?
It is kind of thing very few players get to, prove their mettle in such a big platform where it has been telecasted worldwide, and it is so well organized as of now. And I'm very happy that our players are, making the most out of it.
And thanks to owners like you also backing the teams.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Over to the commentators.
Well, thanks, Madonna. What a cracking shot that was. Looking to cut down the ground, but previous ball was the shot. And what a shot it was.
Yeah, he saw that with plenty of time. Length was a little short, rocked back and did everything right. There are 2 boundary riders there, square leg and mid wicket. That one pierced the gap because he hit it so well.
Yeah, Unankat just starting to pick up the pace. A couple of boundaries recently for him. Just get a single on that occasion. He's played a couple of nice blows.
Yeah, well, single after single for Unankat. Just the right thing to do. We were talking about the role that he's given himself. Obviously, it's a support role for now, and it's at a valuable time. Now, projected score about 143, maybe 150 for sure, if there are wickets in hand. For the moment, Jadeja's going along fairly well, 32 from 24, and that's about all he's going to get. Long on swallows that. That's very unfortunate from the Gladiators' viewpoint, but well bowled, Jivrajani.
Yeah, nice bit of stuff from Jivrajani. Just tossing it up, and Jadeja, well, like a trout to a fly, really. It's a Parimatch News cheerful moment, but he'll be extremely disappointed just didn't quite get the connection and found the man out on the rope with ease.
Yeah, you can argue that the shot was on because it was tossed up, and look how gutted he is, having done all the hard work just when his captain expected him to accelerate. Back in the dugout. 32 decent runs, 99 for 4.
Well, the Gohilwad Gladiators 99 for 4 now after 14, and one of the problems for them is that every time they seem to be getting a little bit of momentum, they lose a wicket. Jot Chaya is the next man in. He's got a strike rate of 111.
Yeah, not very inspiring, a high of 22. Luckily for him, he's got a skipper in there, so there'll be constant advice, counseling. That always helps, just to know that your skipper's with you or has presented you with a game plan. So it's Unatkat now, 12 from 12. Continues a repair job just when he thought he might cut loose. Once again, he has been driven into perhaps continuing with repairing the innings.
Looking to cut, doesn't quite find the gap on that occasion, but yes, Unicat just toddling along at a strike rate of around about 100.
Well, it's skipper himself at cover point, I think. That's the catch. Easy as they come. No excess celebration, but of course they took another valuable wicket. Isn't your son playing some cricket as well right now back in England?
Yes, he absolutely is, Charu. Big clash, Seaford College against Speedales in the under-13s. Yeah, huge game. Seaford College won the first one a little earlier in the season, looking to do the double. Chris Adams, in fact, is the coach of Seaford College, and he was a former coach of Surrey, coach of Prajan Oja back in the day.
Oh, we'll get some Oja memories soon. Well bowled. Good line. I presume your son might want, well, not quite this heat, but warmer conditions for sure in England.
Yes, he'd be hoping for some nice conditions. He's captain of the side. Got a naught against them last time, but got some wickets.
You had to mention that naught, did you? That's what parenting is all about.
Got to keep them honest.
Yeah, a better throw there. And these guys, the Gladiators, could have lost another wicket. I didn't think the 2 was on.
Yes, as it comes in over the stumps. Oh, a better throw and he would have been dead. Dead for all money. Another little moment, another missed opportunity.
Well, we wish your son good luck in his match today. The captain. Hope he gets in a captain's knock.
Yes, he could do with some runs, bless him. But he's looking forward to it. Back in the UK.
Okay, so who's getting ready here? No run there. Unatkat, the non-striker, very clear. And of course, the skipper makes his thoughts clear, as always. Ayachi.
Yes, Ayachi is just the most wonderful person to watch. He's just box office as a cricketer. Literally every time he's involved.
Again, good line. Dave Dand has only 1 ball left. And he will remember this match for taking the most important wicket, bamboozling Prerak Mankat. Went out to just push the ball. Wasn't really going for a big one. There was turn, there was bounce, and I hope Sabah Karim is listening. The keeper did a fantastic job.
Yes, Dan will be happy enough with this one for 32. He's got the key wicket. Doesn't find the gap. It's another dot to finish. End of the 15th. It's 103 for 4 after Gohilwad Gladiators.
have more energy.
Wickets, and that's what kept them slow with their scoring. But in the consolidation aspect with Mankar and Jadeja, the acceleration was seen between 7 and 15, and now the stage is set for the final 5, and it's going to be exhilarating time. And giving me company in the com box, former international cricketer Sabah Kareem. Sabah, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mikhail. It's always good to spend time with you in the com box. You bring in the final elements of the game. Excellent, Mikhail.
Thank you so very much, Sabah. You're way too generous with your words, and that's what the batters will be expecting from the bowlers as well, in terms of generosity. But at the moment, Ramesh Padyachi, always been a captain's bowler, go-to man, and done the job with clinical precision.
So where can the Gladiators go from here? 30 deliveries left in the stipulated 20 overs, 103 for 4. Unatkar at crease batting on 13. Chaya, the other batter. They have Raval and Sanandya still to come, and those two played an important role in the last game with the bat. So they do have batting coming down the order. The right time to accelerate, Mikhail, isn't it?
Absolutely. Somebody will have to take charge in the middle. Get the impression. Unatkar with the captain in the middle. There will be a plan to which they'll be playing. 4 inside the circle.
You look to about 10 runs per over from here. You can always get to about 155, 160. And I think that will be a challenging score for the Kutch Warriors.
Just relying on the nudges at this point in time. Once again poking at that one and getting one down to third man. Sabah, what's a decent total? A pass score on this surface. Remember, it's the adjacent one, not what we saw last evening.
The texture of the wicket hasn't changed much, Mikhail. Although the ball has turned a little bit today. We saw they've done getting rid of Prerak Mankar in that fashion. The odd ball is stopping, so it's not been so easy for the batters. But having said that, I do believe 155, 160 would be a tough chase for the Kutch Warriors. Mainly because they are heavily dependent on Samarth Vyas. You get the big man out, it may not be so easy for Kutch Warriors.
Chaya and Unatkar have so far added just 7 very early in their partnership at the moment. Shot third man, backward point, cover in position as well. Slow delivery, another single. Somebody will have to play out of their skin at this point in time, Sabah. We need a power hitter.
A couple of big overs, and that will really help the cause of Gladiators. On the other hand, Padyachi has bowled very well. He's been very impressive the entire tournament. Instrumental in putting brakes on any batter who has gone for an onslaught. Today also is very extremely economical, has picked up a wicket. Mixes his deliveries very well. It's not easy to really line him up. And what are the scoring areas? I see a vacant area and towards deep cover.
Hurrying him with pace on this occasion. He's mixed it really well, Padyachi, last evening as well. Very impressive. Sabah, just a question. Wouldn't it be a bad idea for the wicketkeeper to be standing up in the final 5 overs, just preempting batters that they may be having a go at the bowlers? We'll just take a look at the field as well. You can see a deep cover and a long off in position on the off, and deep square leg mid-wicket and long on in position as well. 3 inside the circle on the off. Another single.
Individual choice, but keepers, I have noticed these days they don't do that anymore, especially to a medium pacer or obviously not to a fast bowler. But that's also because of the surprise bouncer that comes their way. And 1 bouncer is allowed per over. And that puts the batsman on the back foot, so why would you want your keeper standing up? So that is one of the reasons why I see this modern trend of keepers staying back, and plus you cover more area when you're standing back for those glides and those thick edges. you can cover that area and stop the runs.
Tough stop this time, slow through the air. Lucky to get away with this. You cannot keep Agnivesh Ayachi out of action, let me tell you that. Good over, very fine bowling with Padiachi. 16 gone, it's 109 for 4. The start wasn't that great for the Gladiators, but they came back well with Mankar and Jadeja stitching a very fine 50-run partnership. And once they departed, now the hard work is up to Unatkar and Chaya. If they can add the impetus and take them past 150, it'll be a very decent score on this wicket. But the bowling by the Kutch Warriors this afternoon once again has been very disciplined. Kushank Patel, so impressive with the new ball. Can he add the finishing touches? He's the highest wicket taker as well so far in the tournament. Reason why the captain has turned to him. He'll be bowling from the Parimatch news end.
Bowls according to his field and the kind of field he has set. He will try and bowl up to the batter. Inside edge, quite lucky there, much needed. Went for the big heave, gets a thick inside edge. And it races to the fence.
Fortune favors the brave. Unatkar looking for that big glory shot. Very lucky. Get the impression there was the roll of the fingers on this one. Fine leg up in the circle, that's always going to be 4. Even if fine leg's stationed deep, you can't do much about it. And Kushank knows it was a story of so close, yet so far. Another off cutter.
Bowls a good line with a decent pace. He's tried to pitch it up, especially when he comes back for the end overs. Kushank has been extremely effective, experienced pace bowler. Good comeback from him again in the block hole. This time no inside edges, straight to the fielder at cover, the captain. Only a single. That's the best you can do. Batter is bound to get those inside edges or thick outside edges that will race to the fence. But as a bowler, it's very important that you stick to your line and length, and you try and bowl as much as possible to the field you have set.
Mid-off comes inside and is long on in place, and so is a fielder at deep mid-wicket and deep square leg. Quicker hurrying the batter, another quick single. One thing they've heavily relied on is strike rotation, and they've done it well this afternoon, the Gladiators.
Comes back sharply. Gets a single in the end. But I think they need some boundaries and sixes here, the Gladiators. Kushank Patel, 8 wickets for him. Samar Gujar has been very effective. Sanandya we've talked about. Sonu Batham, another bowler from the Sorath Lions, and Kuldeep Rawal, the left arm spinner. What an outing he had in the last match.
Oh yes, Kuldeep Rawal and Sanandya made merry in their last game. On the full, another single towards long off. That's been the story, a passage of play where we've not seen big hits.
You need to pick your spots, which both of them have not been able to do so. I can understand the bowler has been extremely effective, sticking to a very disciplined line and length, but you choose your spot. What are your scoring areas? What is your strength? And then try and improvise if required. Otherwise, try and line yourself up according to that. One has not seen that kind of intent from these batters. This way, you're allowing the bowler to bowl according to his field. You need to upset the rhythm of the pace bowler.
Oh, he pulls it, not in position. Fielder coming underneath, just drop shot. Vihar over there, for a moment it looked like he was getting underneath that one. Just get the impression, very slow to get off the blocks. A half chance being put down. Chaya survives.
went high in the air, and Jadeja had a lot of ground to cover, tried his best. Just fell short. At least he went for it. That is a good sign. Although in the end, they managed to run a double.
He's taking the pace off it. Dot ball to end the over. Another very fine bowling effort by Kushang in a crucial 17th over. 17 gone, it's 118 for 4. As many as 6 bowlers have been used, 4 of them getting wickets. Kushang has been the pick of the bowlers, economy of 5.33. So has Padiachi, always impressive. Give him the ball at any time of the game, he'll get you the wickets. And Vandit as well, a touch expensive for his 13-4. And they've done getting the big wicket of Prerak Mankad. And that was a very big moment in the game as well. Good partnership for the 3rd wicket, 50 plus. Going has been a little difficult, but what Gladiators have done is that they have not thrown it away. But time has come in the next 18 deliveries for them to just be experimental.
So this over will be bowled by Padiachi. He'll finish his spell. That will be the 18th. 1 over left with Kushang. And who will bowl that extra of that 1 over? Either the captain will have to bring him on, maybe the 19th over, and then leave the 20th over for Kushang. And there'll be one window open for the batters to try and strike. Padiachi has been exceptional. Conceded 10, has picked up a wicket.
Slower this time, picked up and dispatched towards the square leg region. He saw that very early. Looks like he saw it yesterday. That much of time. Unadkat had to play that shot and gets 4 runs for his side.
Very swift to get into that position. Picks up the length and the pace of the delivery. A slow delivery did not work here for Padiachi. And he puts the ball away in the right place. Gets a boundary for his side. Again, look to get a big over from this. First ball, 4 runs, 5 still to go.
Again, this time going for that cross-batted sweep, should we say. As a bowler, you should not get too predictable as well, Sabha.
Yes, Mikhail, absolutely, because then it gets easy for the batter to put bat to ball or to get his big shots going. Again, he tries similar kind of a shot, but this time the sweep shot did not connect well because it was pitched so full up to Jayadev Unadkat. What about Chaya? Where can he go now? Where is he trying to hit? There is an open area. Deep cover, deep extra cover. They can try and hit there, inside, outside.
You're talking about inside, outside? Well, this time an inside edge. Lucky again. You need some fortune at times, and it can come in really handy.
And you know what, Mikhail? For a batter at this stage, you need to prepare a solid base. That's how you can get the momentum and the strength to become an effective power hitter. One has not seen that so far from these two, which means that you stand deep in your crease and you wait for these Yorker lengths. So even if a slower delivery comes your way, you still have more time to play your shots. And for the Yorker delivery, you can easily dig it out from there and still get some runs. And if the bowler misses that length, you can always hit him, for a maximum.
Fuller this time underneath the bat, and that's what Padiachi has done time and again. He spoke about batters batting deep in the crease just to convert those block hole deliveries into maybe half volleys.
Or even low full tosses. You have to get that power and that strength. You need to have the momentum going or the bat swing. to hit those deliveries.
Nicely bowled again. This is consistency, and if you can manage to bring these deliveries time and again underneath the bat, it just adds to one's repertoire. Unadkat in the meanwhile has looked good for his 27 and 23.
Now look at Padiachi. He's bowling the 18th over. First ball he bowled, he went for 4 and he's come back strongly. 7 conceded so far. Such a crucial over. They still have 6 wickets in hand.
Takes it on the full. Will only be a single towards long on. Another very fine over. 8 overs coming off the 18th over. 126 for 4. .12 legal deliveries left in this innings for the Gladiators. They'll be eyeing something in excess of 150 at the moment. 126 for 4. We are here at the Saurashtra Cricket Station Stadium, and I'll tell you what, each time the drone gives us this bird's eye view, we feel very lucky to be at this venue calling cricket.
If a picture paints 1,000 words, that's what it depicts, isn't it, Mikhail? Splendid view of this wonderful stadium. One of the most eco-friendly stadium in India, and done some great work to come up with this one, and it has been utilized properly. While speaking with the office bearers of Saurashtra Cricket Association, they conduct, in addition to international games, Ranji Trophy matches, List A games, plus the T20 encounters. There are also club matches and district matches that are being played here, so very well utilized.
Begins with a wide. Agnivesh Ayachi, a little expensive this afternoon. 2 overs 22 for him. Usually he's amongst the wickets. Talk about Ramesh Padiachi and his effort. In the last game he got 2 wickets for 18 runs in his 4, and in this game a wicket and 18 runs in his 4, which means across 2 games he's conceded only 36 runs in his 8 overs and taken 3 wickets to Sabha.
You're excellent in maths, Mikhail. How quickly you calculated, isn't it? Brilliant, young man. Oh, too good.
I only wish my maths teacher was listening to this, Sabha, right now. Oh, one outside off, one way down leg.
So this is the over I was talking about. This can be extremely critical for Kutch Warriors. Now, 2 balls, both wides, 2 runs already given. Lack of consistency, and it is not the first time that he has done so. In all the games he has played so far, been extremely inconsistent with his line and length, more so with his line.
Gives that a wild hit towards the cover region. They're running the first run fast, a little bit of a fumble, and this will allow them to go for the second as well.
But you're right about Padiachi. Has been extremely good, economical, plus a wicket-taking option for Kutch Warriors. A fumble, and that was enough for the batters to run another one.
Deep mid-wicket, comes inside. No position whatsoever. Oh my god, that could have gone anywhere. That could have been on the stumps as well, leg by signalled. Very lucky, but they have to throw their bats at virtually everything from here on.
Still, I feel it's like a half-hearted effort from the batters to play the big shots. I don't think they're even trying to do that. And that is what is needed at this stage. Now, you know very well that the bowler is under pressure. He has given 2 wides at the beginning of the over. So try and manufacture some shots, try and improvise if you're not getting that kind of momentum or the width And that'll put the bowler under more pressure.
From school, you reckon? All of them have come to watch this game today? Schoolboys enjoying the game of cricket. This time it's been pulled. Once again, didn't get the sweet spot of the bat.
So he's deceptive, Ayachi. He can generate some bounce and pace off the wicket, more so because of his action. He's tall, he hits the deck hard, uses his massive shoulders to good effect. See again, late on the shot here, the batter. And that way, the field he has set, Ayachi, is very good. He's got a fielder at backward square leg for such shots, and he's pulled his fine leg inside the circle.
Been a very proactive captain, Ayachi. Very vocal as well, very animated. This time goes over the bowler's head, lot of power behind it, and he does the full Monty too. That's a home run. What a shot this by Chaya. You felt that something had to give way. Just went through with that shot and fetches maximum.
That really came out of the blue, and it is a Parimatch News cheerful moment for the Gladiators. This is a majestic shot from Chaya. He lined himself up quite well, stays still, and then bang, there he goes. Connects, center of the bat, great impact, and the ball sails through, over the fence, towards the side screen, but for a 6.
Once again, something similar, one bounce into the ropes. So Chaya has decided to shift gears, and he's making the most of some very ordinary deliveries, let me tell you. Once again, look at that bat swing and the follow through as well. Very good cricket.
And he remains steady when he's about to play a shot like this. And that's been a notable feature in both these shots. Stands and then he smashes this one. And he picks the right area to play a shot like this. There is a long on posted, but it's such fiercely hit, there is no chance for the fielder to stop that one.
Oh, that could be nasty as well. No ball signal, the steal a single too. All happening here at the SCA Stadium. That surprised the batter. And this has turned out to be a very costly over. Padiachi beginning with 2 wides, conceding a 6 and a 4, and now no ball waist height.
It's kind of coming off the seams here for the Kutch Warriors. They're extremely tight and economical in the innings so far. But in this over, it is the captain who has not been able to sustain the pressure. Already given 18, this was above the waist height and justifiably called no ball by the main umpire.
Where will this land? Oh my God, that's a nasty one, and that's been put and dealt with severe disdain. No ball number 2. I'll tell you what, Padiachi is losing the plot over here, and the Gladiators are making the most of it. This has turned out to be an absolute dramatic turn of events.
Can't bowl anymore, that's the rule. Second beamer. After the first beamer, you get a warning which the main umpire gave to the captain Ayachi. And a follow-up delivery was again above the waist height, again a beamer. This was hit very well by Chaya, by the way. He hooks that one straight into the stands, and this was a free hit. It is Jaydev Unatkad, beg your pardon.
Oh yes, he's done really well. Not just to get that out of the way, but also get it for a 6. And the umpire there just telling Bhavesh Paril, telling Padiachi that you've bowled your second successive beamer, and because of that, you will have to be moved out of bowling. And according to the new rules that have been implemented, you cannot bowl 2 consecutive beamers. Very nasty deliveries, may I add. Can be very fatal. What an over, and in the process, the GGs have gone past their 150 as well, with an over to spare. Now, who would have thought they would do that in quick time? It was looking as if they would be crawling to that total of 150.
Should be a free hit, isn't it? Is it a free hit, no? This should be a free hit because this is Vihar Singh again a wide. So 2 no balls, free hits and a wide, and a bowler and now not allowed to bowl, the captain Ayachi. What is happening here? So much of drama.
And then the second beamer coming in from Padiachi, and he was asked to move out of bowling. Vihar Singh coming in and he bowls a wide, gives the charge. Jaydev Unadkat, exquisite drive through covers. 30 runs coming off the 19th over, and Gladiators have done what they were looking for. Target a big over, 19 gone, it's 156 for 4. What a dramatic 19th over it was. It had everything in it. It had climax, it had some big hits, some very, very difficult deliveries to fend off. The bowler being asked to move out after bowling 2 beamers, as many as 10 deliveries bowled, and by all of it, 30 runs were conceded in the 19 over, and the Gladiators in the dugout would be breathing a sigh of relief. What a partnership between Unadkat and Chaya. 57 in 35. And finally, you give the ball to your most trusted aide, Kushang Patel.
Such a productive over for the Gladiators. They were falling behind, but that over, the previous one, has really helped them to accelerate in such a splendid manner. Good batting by both Chaya and Unadkat in the last over. The pressure was building up, and it is the captain Ayachi from the Kutch Warriors who gave way.
Inside edge, fine leg up in the circle, make that back-to-back 4s. One of the last delivery of the previous over, and they begin the 20th as well. Touching 160, and I'll tell you what, the Gladiators are having a ball of a time here at the Saurashtra Cricket Stadium.
The acceleration has come at the right time for Gladiators. They would feel mighty pleased with the effort put in by this pair, Unadkat and Chaya. 61 of 36. Very good strike rate this partnership has maintained. Unadkat and Chaya. Inside edge, big heave on the onside. All that matters is get back to bat, back to ball.
That's been drilled down to long off. They're looking for the second. They'll go one for the arm. It could be close. Vihar with that fielding. Very good effort, and they'll complete 2. As you pointed out rightly, Saba, the acceleration has come at just the right time.
Smart running between the wickets. Good effort from the fielder there. Vihar it is. Smart pick up and throw. Still can't prevent this pair from running a couple.
Slower this time. Not a single. And that's what Kushang has heavily relied on. Something similar between Kushang and Padiachi has been the manner in which they have brought those variations in their deliveries, the change of pace. But what a partnership. He's not had a chance to bat today, Kuldeep Rawal. He would have been waiting for his moment.
Played a decisive role in the last game. Bowled well, picked up 4 wickets, came in at a crucial time for his side. 20 not out, remain unbeaten.
Oh, this could be right in front, not really. But it'll be a run out. That's because the non-striker just committed into that run. And I'll tell you what, Jaydev Unadkat is not at all impressed with Joe Chaya at this point in time. What's the hurry, he says, young man. Keep the captain on strike. I'm striking it well. Unadkat departs.
Again, an excellent delivery from Kushang. Right up into the block hole. Jaydev Unadkat trying to play that sweep shot, did not connect. Miscommunication between both of them. And finally, it is Jaydev Unadkat, the skipper. He'll have to go back. 38 of 27. A handy knock from him. Gladiators 163 for 5.
Kuldeep Rawal makes his way to the middle, but Chaya will be taking strike. Shot and wide, gets it over the infield. Oh, desperate attempt, but that just falls ahead of him. 2 more runs added to the total. Everything going the Gladiators' way in the last 15 to 20 minutes.
Pace off and pace off. That's what Kushang has done. And in between, we have mixed bowling those Yorker deliveries. Half tracker, but still no pace. And not easy to generate power to that kind of a delivery. A good effort. Leaps in the end, but still the ball eludes him.
Bowlers are never impressed with fielding efforts when it's a half chance as well. They expect more than 100%. I'll tell you what, this stat is pretty much a game-changing stat. Last 30 deliveries, 62 runs have come for the Gladiators, and this could well and truly be the reason why they're ahead in this game at the moment. Shot slow through the air. And once again, they'll be eyeing 2 runs. And they do that comfortably. This has been a very fine, sublime batting effort by the Gladiators as they finish on 167 for 5 in their 20 overs. The middle order has come to the fore and they have put up a very fine batting performance, this after they won the toss and decided to bat first.
Spirited display from the Gladiators. They decided to bat first and they knew they had to get a score of about 160, 175. Didn't get off to a good start. They lost wickets in the power play, but then decent contribution from Prerak Mankad. But the most important partnership was between Unatkad and Chaya, and they finished off in style, especially the last 10 overs. They were able to accelerate at the right time, played the big shots. 19th over turned out to be extremely critical for Gladiators. The captain conceded a lot of runs, bowled some couple of beamers. So it's a lot of drama in that over, and because of that expensive over, the Gladiators, they managed to get 167 for 5 in their stipulated 20 overs. The target here is 168 for the Kutch Warriors.
The key to the batting performance has been the partnerships, and it's been the partnership for the 3rd, 4th and 5th wicket. Jadeja involved in 2 of them with Mankad 58 of 41, with Unatkad 24 and 19. But what can well and truly decide this game is the partnership between Chaya and Unatkad. 64 and 39, and they've practically taken the game also away, though it's the halfway stage, but they did a wonderful job. It's been a very ordinary bowling effort, particularly for their captain, who went for 45 in 17 deliveries. He bowled a disastrous 19th over as well, conceding 2 beamers and 30 runs coming off it. Otherwise, Kushang 1 for 27 was the pick of the bowlers, and Padyachi 1 for 18 in his 4 as well was very impressive. Just the right time to go down to Medona, who has a special guest alongside her.
In conversation with Kushang Patel from the Kutch Warriors, right now the highest wicket taker in the tournament 10 हो गए और इतना बढ़िया परफॉर्मेंस कर रहे हैं आप क्या कहना चाहेंगे?
पर्सनल माइलस्टोन तो साइड पे है, टीम का अच्छा होना चाहिए, वही स्ट्रेटजी रहता है. अगर टीम अच्छा करेगी और जीत रहे हैं तो पर्सनल माइलस्टोन भी काम में आएंगे. पर देखते हैं अभी ये मैच हम लोग जीत के क्वालिफाई करते हैं कि नहीं करते हैं.
थोड़ा नर्वसनेस क्रीप इन हो रहा है?
थोड़ा नर्वसनेस हो रहा है क्योंकि 160 इतना इजी नहीं है. विकेट थोड़ा स्लो जा रहा है, तो इतना टाइम करना इजी नहीं है.
और आपको क्या लग रहा है अभी माहौल डगआउट में कैसा होगा? आर यू ऑल सेट फॉर दिस?
ऑब्वियसली दूसरी इनिंग बाकी है, देखते हैं क्या होता है. अभी से पॉजिटिव ही रहना है, जीतने की पूरी कोशिश करेंगे.
आपने बहुत ही बढ़िया किया, कॉन्ग्रेचुलेशंस, और ये पॉजिटिव एनर्जी ऐसे ही रखिएगा. ऑल द वेरी बेस्ट फॉर द चेस. ओवर टू द कमेंटेटर्स.
What a batting effort it's been by the Gladiators, and this means that when the Kutch Warriors come out to bat, they will need 168 runs in their 20 overs. And all of this on the other side of a very short break.
Well, welcome back, everyone, to the what will be the second half of the Parimatch News SPL match number 8, and we're just having a look at the Gohilwad Gladiators highlights. And well, that was the first to go. In fact, that was Sonny on that occasion. Just looking at a number of good shots in the early stages of the game. Alongside me, I'm delighted to be joined by former Indian wicketkeeper Sabah Kareem. Sabah, what are your thoughts?
Subdued start in the beginning from the Gladiators, and then they gained momentum after the 10th over. Early on it was Prerak Mankar who held fort, but with his departure things were not looking very good for the Gladiators. But for Jaydev Unatkar and Chaya, that's the way Prerak Mankar got out, was batting quite well. And then Unatkar came and then played a very good knock in combination with Chaya.
Yeah, played extremely well all the way through the back end of this innings. Rode his luck on occasions, the two of them, but they latched onto anything short and anything wide, and they stuck in the game. That was the key. And on the back end, well, the damage they did at the back end was quite terrific. And in fact, the last two overs went for 41, and the last 62 runs were scored off 31 balls. It was a terrific, terrific finish, you have to say, for the Gohilwad Gladiators, who get to 165 for 5. And well, if they were to get home the Kutch Warriors, it would be the highest chase in the history of the competition.
It's a tight spot for the Kutch Warriors. Not only need to win this game, but they were supposed to win this in a healthy margin. This is an excellent team effort from the Gladiators. Kushang, as usual, was extremely effective, along with Parimatch. 4 overs, 18 runs conceded, picked up a wicket, but the others, they failed to really apply any pressure on the batters. Ayachi was extremely expensive, even the left-arm spinner. Went for some runs. Jiv Rajani, the right-arm off spinner, 30 from his 4. That's the standing for top 2 teams. Are supposed to qualify for the final. Royals are still at top because of their net run rate. The Gladiators, if they win this game, they are through to the finals. Kutch Warriors plucking at straws at this stage. They need to win this, and that also with a decent margin.
Yeah, they're going to have to get off to an extraordinary start. They're going to have to win this at an absolute canter to stand any chance. They do have a terrific record in the power plays. They average above 50. There's only been 6 power plays in the competition above 50, and they've got 4 of them across the 2 seasons. And look at these wonderful shots from up above this fantastic facility here in Saurashtra. Here come the umpires, Bhavesh Patel and Tejas Oza. They'll be marshalling proceedings through the second half of this match number 8.
It's a double header. This is the first game being played under natural lights. Gladiators versus the Kutch Warriors. The Kutch Warriors, they need 168. It's a pretty stiff asking run rate, 8.40 here for the Kutch Warriors. And as Johnny rightly mentioned, they do get a good start in the power play. But here it's not only the power play. Again, I believe Samarth Vyas will have to come good. They have some good batters there, Harvik Desai along with Samarth Vyas. But I feel that they need to win this game with some overs to spare to stand a chance of qualifying for the finals.
They do indeed. There's only been 2 chases above 150 in the 18 matches we've had across the 2 seasons. And the highest chase this season is 145, so they're going to have to beat that particular record if they're to get home here. They're a compelling watch at the top of the order, that's one thing I can say. Their forlorn hopes maybe of actually qualifying, but they do tend to get off to lightning and dramatic starts.
They're pretty forceful against the new ball in the power play. Both the openers for Kutch Warriors last evening, they put up a good start. Even game before that, they do manage to put their team in a good position. So is the batters coming at number 3, number 4, number 5, they need to take it forward. Is Pathak and Harvik Desai again to open the innings for the Kutch Warriors. But they're up against a strong bowling attack. They have Jaydev Unatkar in the mix. captain, leading wicket taker for Saurashtra, played for India, played for a number of IPL teams, has got loads of experience. And there you see him, they're all set to start.
Yes, he is. He's got an extraordinary record, extraordinary career as well. 91 IPL games he's played. He's played 5 this year. 6 wickets to the best of 2 for 36. And Krishnakant Patak, well, he's striking 138. That would be handy today. A couple of 50s. He's actually batted pretty well so far in the course of this campaign. He's got a 42 off 24. He's got a 52 off 35 as well. Harvik Desai, well, he's a fantastic striker for a cricket ball as well. 114 runs he's got. And yes, Jadev Undikat. So they need to win this. Kutch Warriors need to win this in 15.2 overs. 15.2 overs, so they're going to have to get up at a terrific lick. Well, I think we're in for an explosive start. They'll be aware of this, of course. And they've got nothing to lose, really. Well, that's just a show of intent there. It's a massive thrash outside the off stump. Ball at back of a length. And I think we are in for some fireworks first up.
There's certainly going to be an interesting chase because the Kutch Warriors, as rightly said, Johnny, they need to get to this target in 15.2 overs. Now that'll help their net run rate to leapfrog from 0.254 to 2.432, and that will actually help them to qualify for the finals.
Just tucked away. Well, they're up and running. Just a single to kick off with. Yes, you just wonder if that eye actually over hadn't have gone for 30. Was it 30? I think it was, wasn't it? 30, the 19th over going for 30. Only bowled 5 of the balls as well, Saba. He's really had an interesting mixed campaign, but it might have given them more of a chance, but they got a lot to do.
The task cut out here, and Jaydev Unatkar is operating from the Parimatch News end, from the commentators' end. As I said, the task is cut out. They know they need to get to this target in 15.2 overs. And if they can get to about 50 to 60 in the power play, then they will stand a chance.
Again, just working away on the onside by Desai. They'll need to go a little bit more than this, but they are capable of going through the gears.
That's the points table. Royals are on top. They've lost 2. And their net run rate is 0.253. So if the Kutch Warriors can win this game in 15.2 overs, then their net run rate will be higher than the Royals.
Just vaguely keeping them in touch. There's loads of permutations, of course, through the course of the next 3 days of competition. Undikat is just working back over the wicket. Oh, big swing, big miss. I think it comes off either his shoulder, might have been a bit higher than that. Get through for a leg bye.
On a surface like this, they may take some time, especially against a bowler of his stage, Jaydev Unatkar. As climbs up in such an awkward manner from Pathak. Just try to go for this wild heave. Was quite lucky, didn't get an outside edge and may have gone to the field, to the wicketkeeper or to the fielder at first slip. He has immediately gone round the stumps here, Unatkar. He wants to cram the right-hand batters for space.
Yeah, good change of angle. Very difficult to get away. Just 3 runs coming from this over. And it's, well, the worst possible start for the Kutch Royals as far as the run rate is concerned. They're going to have to start to pick this lick up a little.
A sparse covering of grass here, and especially in that hard length area, and I think that's where Jaydev Unatkar is trying to target. Has gone round the stumps, is bowling that back of good length area.
Gets the pull away on this occasion, and it's a lovely catch out on the rope. Oh dear, he's picked out the man. He can't believe his luck. He's just standing there, to be honest, but it's a good short ball hammered in. And Desai falls for the trap, and it's taken very neatly at mid-wicket.
So Parimatch here for a moment for the Gladiators, as the captain was done the job for them. Harvik Desai, man in form, an exciting player. But he set him up so well, round the stump, short delivery, goes for the pull, gets on top of the bat, straight to the fielder at backward square leg. It seemed as if it was posted only for Harvik Desai and for that kind of a shot. So great planning here from the Gladiators. Desai out for 1, is 3 for 1, the Kutch Warriors.
Well, it's Alok Ranjan will be the next man in, and well, he's got a job to do, it's safe to say. They've lost their first in the first over. Lovely plan of attack by the skipper. Jayant Chaya, the slow left arm, will be the man into the attack. Up from the pavilion end.
165 from 114 deliveries. That's the equation as of now, but as we have mentioned in the last over, they need to get to that target in 15.2 overs.
Tossed up and a big swing. And it almost beats the man at square leg. Pace off the ball. And a big shot.
Interesting field from a left-arm spinner. Of 2 fielders behind square on the onside for the right-hander. And it seems as if those 2 fielders are meant to protect the inside edges, Johnny, isn't it? You go for the big heave, you get an inside edge, you've got 2 fielders there. And there's one at long on and one at Cow's corner.
They have indeed, and gets the sweep away on that occasion. And that's better timed, better placed as well, back of the square on the leg side. And that will run away for 4. Picked it out nicely.
It's wrong line. Easy to sweep. Pathak here finds the gap between those 2 fielders and gets the first boundary on this innings of the Kutch Warriors. He's a powerful striker, Pathak. Even yesterday, he was looking very good. It was unfortunate to get out.
Oh, big swing outside the off stump. Just held it back a fraction. Nice bit of bowling. Nice line as well.
The common tendency one has noticed is that whenever they try and play the big shot, they try and overhit or try and hit too hard. And in that position, it's not easy to connect. And this is better down the leg side, and kind of a free hit for Pathak. And he makes full use of that.
Yeah, Pathak is an absolutely razor sharp when it comes to picking up anything on the leg stump, backward or square. And we're just going to have a little look and see whether this is a 6 or a 4. And it's 1 bounce 4.
Poor effort, poor bowling from the left-arm spinner down the leg side. An easy hit for Pathak. It's more than clear. 1 bounce before it crosses the fence. Boundary here for Pathak.
Yes, what does Chai come up with now? The leg stump line is pretty dangerous to a man of Pathak's class. Gives himself a bit of run down the leg side. Gets a little something on it, so no wide.
Again, trying to cram the batsman with the wrong line. The one in which he gave those 4 runs. Quite an easy shot for Pathak.
Oh, lofted drive on this occasion. Might be in a spot of bother. Oh, he is. Great catch. Great catch up and mid-off. Oh, Pathak has to go. Real disappointment trying to find a way out there. But Kuldeep with the catch, and it's a good catch as well. And 2 down inside the first 2 overs.
That's cool, Kuldeep, for you. Kept his eyes fixed on the ball, moved swiftly towards his left, and takes that catch quite easily. Too much in a hurry here. Pathak was not in control at all. And it's 2 down for the Warriors. 11 for 2. He has to go back. Krishnakant Pathak for 9.
Well, the crowd are beginning to build up, and that would be expected through the course of the day. Well, it's the main man in now. The man, of course, who got 102 off 59 balls yesterday, the only 100 in the SPL across 2 seasons, 259 at 149. Samar Fias, the best of 102. He's got a 50 as well. Strike rate of 149. We're going to need something like that today.
Sanandya has done very well for the Gladiators so far, but yes, you're right. Now it's up to Samarth Vyas. He'll have to play a similar knock that he did yesterday.
And he's here because of this. Looking to go big up and over mid-off, but doesn't really get a great deal of it, and just ends up spooning it to mid-off in the end, and it's a real soft dismissal for a man who's got a couple of scores already in the competition, possibly his last hand.
Seam and spin combination has done the job for the Gladiators so far. The first wicket picked up by Unatkar, and then last one by the left arm spinner Chaya. A lot of variation, pace off again from the left arm spinner. It did give away those 2 boundaries down the leg side, but recovered quickly and finally managed to get the wicket off Krishnakant Pathak.
Yeah, Sanandya has got 2 3-wicket hauls so far in the campaign this year. And to drive through the offside and get through for a single. I think about a couple.
Gets sort of off to the mark here, Vyas. Such a pleasing knock yesterday. Came in at a crucial time for his side. Kept playing his shots, backed his instincts to play such majestic shots. Used the pace of the surface and the bowler to wonderful effect. Manages to find the gap. Blistering knock from him, at times so belligerent. Superb timer.
Yeah, it really was a wonderful display of batsmanship. Huge hitting either side of the ground. Just looking at these, 102 or 59. There we go, and there's the celebration. And what a celebration it was. Absolutely fantastic performance.
I would love to see you with that kind of celebration when you go for the toss next, Johnny. Come on, in this heat you can do that.
Well, one day.
After you finish the toss, isn't it?
It was warm out there a bit earlier on, I'll tell you that. Very, very warm indeed. Yes, 13 for 2. 4 balls into this 3rd over. And there we are. Resplendent in our yellow and blue. Saba, here in the first game, we're going to probably melt through the course of the day, it has to be said. Swing and a miss outside the off stump. Just pressure starting to build here.
Huge responsibility on both these players here. Vyas, even Ranjan batted quite well in the last game. Did offer that kind of partnership or support to Samarth Vyas. Too close for him to cut, and that is why he misses on that occasion. But such deliveries need to put away.
Looking to fall on the onside, but only getting as far as short mid-wicket, and well, they won't get a a run on that occasion. A very tidy start by the bowling side. 3 overs gone, 13 for 2. Yeah, there's the card. One thing you can say about the Kutch Warriors is that they have lost wickets before in a power play. They lost 3 yesterday. And they're the only side actually to win a game in this competition, having lost 3 wickets in a power play. So they're not dead yet.
They put up a stellar performance last evening. They do have a strong middle order, and all that depends on Samarth Vyas and the 2 Ranjan brothers, the Ranjan siblings, Alok and Amit Ranjan. Wonderful to watch these young school children come to the ground to watch the Saurashtra Premier League Season 2.
Lucky them. It was museums for me back in my day, so we never got to go and watch the cricket. Chudasama is into the attack. Looking to pull away on the onside. He's bowled nicely in this competition so far. Chudasama, best of 3 for 27. That came in the first game. Oh, it's hit him hard. Oh dear. Oh dear. I think that's hit him in a very awkward place, I think it's safe to say. I'm not sure a press-up's going to save him either.
The uncomfortable position. Went for the pull shot, misses it completely. And Chudasama, mind you, is fast off the wicket. He's a fastish leg break kind of a bowler. That hurts. He needs some treatment. Take your time. Take your time.
Well, it's not quite the scene. You may remember David Lloyd in the series down in Australia when he was hit by, it was either Dilly or Thompson, but he literally crumpled in a heap and they had to carry him off the field of play, and I think his box was broken in about 4 places. It wasn't quite like that one. Oh, here we are. This was us out the other night. Saba has got the largest looking ice cream I think I've ever seen in my life there.
That was put in my hand by Charu Sharma.
That old
I was trying to avoid it, isn't it? There you see.
Oh, I see you've got a little one now. That's yours. You know it's yours. No, it was tremendous fun. Ice cream, a big delicacy around these parts. There's Makal as well. There's me just noshing away on my coconut. That was my second, actually. I was a bit greedy, safe to say.
I thought that was your 10th, Johnny, isn't it?
Well, here in Rajkot, and what a fantastic place it is. It's wonderful to see the crowd build up and the school children in here as well, and still a bit of treatment being taken out there. It's no fun. Any cricketer knows how awkward it is being hit in that particular spot, and that was a flush one. And the skipper will be happy with the position he finds himself in. 13 for 2, he's reduced the Kutch Warriors to.
And they are in this position because of the contribution from the captain Jaydev Unatkar with the willow today. He came in a difficult phase when the Gladiators were struggling. They were not able to get that acceleration, and he came in and batted with so much of authority, used his experience, and along with Chaya, they were instrumental in putting up that challenging score, the challenging target for the Kutch Warriors. And here we see the Warriors are struggling. They're 13 for 2, and on top of that they need to get to the score in 15.2 overs, which seems quite an arduous task at this stage.
Yeah, seems quite fanciful that. Still back themselves to try and get over the line, but the problem is they've got to do it in 15.2 overs if they want to remain in this competition. Chudasama will continue. And poor Samarth Vyas, well, he'll have to take strike once again. Just plays it a bit more circumspectly on that occasion, gets good bat on it, and he'll probably be relieved to be down the other end.
It's actually smart cricket from Samarth Vyas, especially after you've been hit in such an uncomfortable position. You need some time to regain your breath. Best way to do it is don't even think of playing a big shot. Just put the ball in the right areas and try and run those singles calmly.
Tossed up and driven. Oh, just evades both of them, in fact, and he'll go for 4. Well, the bowler wasn't a million miles off, neither was mid-off, but it sails between the gap, and it's a much-needed boundary for Ranjan. I think he's broken his bat as well.
A lot of bottom hand used in that shot from Ranjan. He really went after the delivery from Chudasuma. Hit quite hard. The bowler wanted to take that catch, but then let it go. And
looking to pull away on the onside on this occasion. Will he find the rope? He does. Back-to-back boundaries. This is more like it as far as the Kutch Warriors are concerned. Ranjan gets a brace.
good stuff from Ranjan. The first one was pitched up. He knew the second one may be a short delivery. He was waiting for it, and that is the Parimatch news cheerful moment. A lot of patience, and he was waiting for it, and then he smashes this one front of square, gets another boundary.
Driven. Will that find the gap? It does. 3 in a row. It's not the greatest bit of fielding up and mid-off, but that doesn't matter as far as the Kutch Warriors are concerned. And well, Ranjan really starting to find his screws here.
Too quick in the air from Yuvraj here, and it helps Ranjan to get into that position and use the pace of the wicket to play a shot like this. Forceful shot from him.
Ranjan looking to cut at the end of the over. That would have been a nice finish. 4 done. Kutch Warriors 26 for 2. Yeah, 13 off the previous over. Let's just add a little bit more sparkle to that card. Ranjan is now 13 off 9. So Fias is the man that's out there. And well, the skipper has bowled a good first over. He's got a wicket in as well. He's back into the attack.
Good move by the captain Unatkat. He knows the main run getter for the Kutch Warriors, Samat Vyas. He's on strike. He's brought himself on. A wicket here, and it may just well be curtains for the Kutch Warriors.
Just looking at these back-to-back boundaries. First it was the one down the ground, then it was a drag down that disappeared through the mid-wicket region. And then a firm punt down the ground as well. A bit more like it. Just looking to ease that away on the offside. They'll just get a single. And yes, Unatcat's been terrific in this tournament so far. His economy rates, that's what's really impressed me. 5.5 and 4.25 in the 2 matches thus far.
Has led Saurashtra for a number of years now. Led Saurashtra to the first ever Ranji Trophy win that happened in 2019-20 season. And he had a big role to play in the Ranji Trophy championship win. One can see a lot of experience from Jaydev Unatkat.
Yes, he's a terrific performer. 91 IPL games, 5 this year. Of course, he's played for India in all formats as well. And well, his use of himself actually with the bat has impressed me through the course of this series, of this campaign.
And not only here, Johnny has really worked hard on his batting. Even in the IPL, at times he was sent in at number 7, number 8, did manage to get some runs, worked very hard on his batting. And his first class, I'm sure, average has also gone up.
Down the leg side. It's not going to beat the man back there. So there'll be another single. Very difficult to get away. That's been a thing that sides have struggled with all the way through this series.
They're not going anywhere with this kind of an attitude, the Kutch Warriors. 5th over, 28 for 2. The asking run rate, 9.13. Leave that aside. They have to get this in the 16th over, 15.2 overs to be precise.
Yeah, Vyas is capable. We saw that yesterday. Did bide his time for a fraction, but time is not on their side. Down the track, hits it like a bullet, and a ricochet off the skipper, and I think he's hurt. I think he's really hurt because that was hit really, really, really hard. Oh, I hope there's no damage.
So much of power in that shot from Vyas. It's quite dangerous to a large extent because in his run-up he had to kind of evade this shot from Vyas. Straight to him. He barely had time to remove his hand. Got to his right thumb. Oh, that would hurt. He needs treatment here from the physio. Is it bleeding? Very difficult to say from here.
Now, having had my right thumb broken last year in a game of cricket, trying to hold on to a return catch, which I got nowhere near, by the way, Saba, I can really, really appreciate the kind of pain he's going through here. It might, if we're lucky, be a soft palm kind of injury, which is, if you want to get hit, that's almost the one place you do want to get hit.
Yeah, you're right, Johnny. As the standing, Kutch Warriors, they're at the bottom at this stage. But if they can win this game, then there is a strong possibility that they can go up the ladder. 5 teams here, top 2 qualify. It looks as if teams with 2 wins will vie with each other. And that will depend on the net run rate. So the last column plays a big role here.
Yeah, all about the mathematics. Before we started today, every single team was in with a chance, depending on the permutation of results. Well, it's good to see that the skipper is up and running and he's got the ball back in his hand critically. But that was very, very painful. Hit hard.
We have seen umpires using those arm guard. In times to come, I hope the bowlers may not need something like that, especially the pace bowlers.
Change of angle, and it's a dot. Well, no, they're just squeezed through for a single to finish. And after 5, Kutch Warriors are 29 for 2.
For 2, the Gladiators. The Kutch Warriors 29 for 2. So on the face of it, they're not doing too badly. But remember, they're chasing 170 and a bit. So that's going to take a lot of chasing. 2 of their top batsmen back in the dugout. Vyas is there, having just hurt the opposite skipper. And Ranjan, I presume the older one, 14 in 11. I'm Charu Sharma, delighted to now have the company of former India left-arm spinner Pragyan Ojha. Very, very tough job chasing the high score. And having begun a little badly, the pressure can really get to the Kutch Warriors.
The pressure is on both the sides. And Shaurya is a brilliant bowler with great temperament. But saying that, he's bowling against Sorath, the guy who got a brilliant 100 last night. He can really turn up the heat. I'm talking about Sorath. And that is what his team will be expecting.
Well, it's still power play, so he's all right with that. Only 2 people near the boundary line. And the deep square comes around to mid-wicket. Only 2. Well, yes, so much depends on Vyas, but you mentioned something about turning the heat on. Let me tell you, here in Rajkot, the heat's always turned on. Very hot day. A lot of people have felt the ill effects of the heat. But Vyas having to come back after his heroics yesterday. Last night, hasn't had much time to recover. And of course, they've been in the field before this.
I hope he's hydrated well, because that is something which doesn't show. But when it affects you badly. But saying that, it is very important for Kutch Warriors to finish off the game in 15.2 overs. That's when they'll stand a chance to be the #1 side. But till then, they have a very, very small chance where they can qualify for the finals.
Yeah, I think final qualifications are in the far distance. But if they can even win the match, I'd say very well done. But to win it in 15.2, score 168, for me, I'm just making an early pronouncement. I shouldn't, but I am. It's impossible. But it'll be nice to see the Kutch Warriors making a go of it. Not 15.2 so much, just at least win the match.
Yes, that'll be good, but my point here is, as a team, when you're trying to qualify and when you see there is a chance, so you have to go after it. Even if they win, because their net run rate is so low, it's in minus, even if they win, they don't stand a chance. To create that chance, that is the reason why this calculation has come up. That is the reason why they have to chase, in particular, those 15.2 overs before 15.2.
They got scored 120 runs in 10 overs. Not likely to happen, even though he spanks that one for 4. 2 bounces, thuds into the long off fence. Was pitched up by Shanandia.
I think Sorath, that's what he was waiting for. And you can't be bowling these kind of deliveries. It is quite up, and when you're bowling in the power play, that's not the area you'd like to bowl on a wicket which is slightly tilted towards the batsman.
Yeah, you mentioned an important word, power play. Only 1 ball left in power play. Thereafter, these boundaries might be more difficult to find. Gives them the charge. If he hadn't got a bat to it, that might have been a wide. But the under edge ensures that there's no run. So end of power play. Not a fabulous score. 35 for 2. Mankad, the big batting star of Gohilwad Gladiators. Matter of fact, an all-rounder. You might see him bowl little now. And a nut-cut also, the captain, taking their team to 167. The Kutch Warriors, the chase is stuttering. They've lost 2 top-order wickets. They're 2 big bats, the ones who got them to a 90-odd run stand in an earlier match, which they went on to lose, by the way. So we know they don't bat too deep. But here they are, Mankad, I just mentioned, all-rounder bowls as well. Right on cue, has come on to bowl a bit here.
A lot depend on Mankad because he's a great bat. But when you talk about his bowling, this season he has been slightly off guard. So I believe if he bowls his 4 overs really well, then Kutch Warriors will be in trouble.
Yeah, this is going to sound brutal. Kutch Warriors already in deep trouble. Playing their last match. They need to win this, win it big. Right now they're in a bit of a hole. That's the problem. Oh, the ball ricochets in the covers, but not enough for a second. They weren't planning on one anyway, the 2 batsmen.
Prerak has done his homework really well. He's coming, he's bowling those just short deliveries and trying not to give any kind of pace to these batsmen. I think he saw the game very closely last night. That's the reason he's playing around with his pace. He's not giving them too much pace so that, you know, batsman finds it easy to tonk.
No timing once again. There was a change in the field. The fine leg had come up. Otherwise, of course, there are 3 boundary riders on the leg. So an indication that it's not likely to be short. There is a third man as well on the boundary and a cover point on the boundary. So the only primary area is a lofted shot over the covers, extra cover or long off. Can Ranjan manage that? He's done well so far.
I think it's quite clear, and so far for Kutch Warriors, this is how it has turned out. From ball one, they have been behind the Gladiators, but they lost a couple of wickets. But still, they've just gone hard at the Gladiators bowling team, and they've not stopped. And oh yes, when we're talking about they've not stopped, we're trying hard, but Prerak has been outstanding. He bowled those just short deliveries, and now he bowled a quicker one right up and got the big fish.
A little bit of frustration for Saurashtra Vyas. Batting on 11 from 15, wasn't quite getting the big shots, wasn't timing it. He just tried once again to hit that too hard. Wonderful delivery by the number one all-rounder Prerak Mankad. Came back in a bit, inside edge, off-stump cartwheeling. And that really might end the hopes of the Kutch Warriors' chances of winning this game, leave alone winning it in 15.2. Mankad delighted, top scorer, now wicket taker. And the century man from yesterday, Vyas gone for 11. The Warriors 38 for 3. The big man on campus, the captain of the Kutch Warriors, now walks and hasn't had much batting opportunity, but maybe he can do it with the bat today. Best at 29. This is his 8th match, has managed only 33 at a very average strike rate of about 118. So he's certainly not their biggest and brightest batting star, but who alone knows? Cometh the hour. There it is again.
And this is the big wicket. He foxed him, and the celebration says it all.
Whoa, sharp, short. Agni rushing down once a wide, but you're a tall man. That was well below your head level. We'll come back to it. 7 gone, 38 for 3. The best two bats for the Kutch Warriors, Pathak and Desai back in the pavilion. Ranjan is still there, and of course they'll be very sad to have seen the back of, or welcome back into the dugout, Saurashtra Vyas. Today, no heroics. Yesterday, of course, the highest score of the tournament all time, an unbeaten 102. Hardik Rathore, we haven't seen much of him. Lefty seamer.
Yes, this is the last delivery we're talking about. He stepped out, left the ball. Maybe he got a taste of his own medicine there.
Well said, except he turns around to the leg umpire and says, what? I mean, was it not over my helmet? Not by a long shot, Agni. Well, that's okay. We love seeing such characters on the field. Wears his every emotion on his sleeve. Quite a variety of emotions as well. Here we are, Rathore.
Hardik, I think I was just talking to Jaydev Unadkar. He was mentioning this guy, they've got him back into the side because he's got some experience and he can bowl those tight overs. That's what his reputation is. So I'm expecting him to keep things very tight for his side.
the run. No support from the non-striker. But if you want to take your fantasy game to the next level and win big, shift to Level Up 11, India's fastest growing fantasy app. You can play and become a fantasy king. Exciting cash prizes, giveaways, whatever you want. The next level of fantasy gaming is here. Download the app now, says Rashid Khan. Yeah, 2 good balls in 2 for Rathore, you're right. Unatkar obviously knows his ability. Lefty seamers are always special. Okay, that's up in the air. Who's going to take it? Easy as you please. Wicket number 4. And that is going to disturb the skipper at the crease a lot. One of the Ranjan's gone. I presume one more will come.
And very beautifully, Hardik has just replaced their skipper because the skipper is back there. And this is Parimatch news, cheerful moment indeed. And this is the wicket that we're talking about. He mixed up the pace really well, frustrated the batsman, and the batsman ended up giving an easy catch. But that's the reputation that Hardik carries, and I don't think these guys are missing. Jaydev Unatkar here. Alok walks back for 16, 38 for 4.
The older Ranjan back in the dugout, younger Ranjan in the field, along with the skipper. Both are new. Skipper's faced 1 ball, Ranjan none at all.
And this is the wicket. The way he rolled his wrist surprised the batsman, and he could not time the ball well, and it ended up giving an easy catch. And you can see Gladiators celebrating and not missing the skipper. And skipper is back in the dugout because he got hurt badly in his thumb.
Oh, they try and sneak a quick single. A direct throw, he could have been in trouble. And that was the skipper himself, Agni. Was a little slow to start, tall man. Looked like Usain Bolt, started accelerating late. But yeah, good catch by Purohit earlier. That's the running again. Hesitation.
Yes, I can understand that running, but what was the fine leg fielder doing? He was not backing up. He was just standing at the line, just waiting for things to happen. Come on, guys, if you have to win, you have to be alert. You can't be giving away those extra runs.
Wasn't even 1, they took 2. Guilty party. Just relaxed a bit. But what a fine over by Rathore. Experienced lefty seamer comes over the wicket, cuts it across the right-hander, changes his pace every once in a while. And that wicket earlier on of the older Ranjan, he just stood his ground, tried to fetch the ball from well outside off. It's just not an elegant shot at all, of course. Consequently got a top edge. Went to Purohit. Younger brother now?
Yeah, Amit hai wo
Up again, should be taken easily. This is disastrous. Both the Ranjans holding out inside the circle on the off. Just a half-hearted shot. What was he trying to do? To clear the field or not? His captain gives him a little talking to as he exits. And the Warriors should be gutted. Great news, Parimatch. Cheerful moment for the fielding team.
And 2 wickets in this over. Hardik made his presence felt. And Amit Ranjan walking back for 2 runs. It's 40 for 5.
The man who took the wicket of Prerak Mankad with a wonderful orthodox lefty spin of his. They've done, and here he is. So Mankad with an opportunity to take revenge. Not right now though, because the big man, the skipper of the Warriors, is at the crease. Number 7, Agni Ayachi, tries to create some space. Luckily for him, gets a bit of bat on that because the stumps were exposed. I wonder what he's thinking, because the Warriors right now, Pragyan, are very far from a win.
Yes, this is the wicket. Trying to check the shot, but could not keep it down, and ended up giving it straight into Prerak's hand. And it was a great over for the Gladiators. And Prerak Mankad started off well, but he has to finish the game off for his team.
Yeah, not a good line for a lefty. So Dund does very well, having just come in. And I wonder what the game plan is, because now really there's no way they can get it in 15.2 overs. And with 5 wickets gone, they might even lose this match big time, Pragyan.
Yes, absolutely, that can happen. And the situation says so. But something which really... this is the bowling action we're talking
just
about.
To take a look at the delivery, was it a slower one? Not quite. I think he got tricked without it really being any kind of tricky ball. What a fine over the last one of Rathore. 2 wickets. Gave nothing away. And Jaydev Notkat might well say, listen, I don't need to play anymore if my substitute lefty spinner, as a fast bowler as River, can bowl so well.
It's a good delivery. Still, a very good delivery to check the batsman. He can afford to now. They are in a very good situation, and just making sure the batsman doesn't put his foot forward and feel comfortable.
There was also a revenge ball, I think. Slightly better in terms of backing up this time, Pragyan.
Yeah, that's what they should be doing, but it looks very strange to me. If you see few fielders, I know it's very hot out here, but they have looked very slow, and this is what you should be doing. You know, once a game is over, you can go back and relax, but when you're on the field, you have to give your best. That's why they call you professionals.
Yeah, uses all his muscle on that. There is a cover point fielder at the boundary. Slow going for the Kutch Warriors, almost 9 overs up. They've gotten to only 46. Nowhere near the 168 they need. And I must say the bowling's been pretty good. Looking pensive there, the batsmen that have gotten out. That's Samarth Vyas, isn't he? Well, he can wave and smile, but he knows that because of his exit, his team is in deep trouble. Leave alone winning in 15.2. This is a chase that's come completely apart. 9 gone, 46 for 5. You know, the one thing we've seen consistently, and I'm being a little critical, I think, overly critical, is the fact that most teams don't seem to bat deep. We've only seen once, I think, or so, that number 7 and 8 have gotten 20s to save the match or take them to a point where they've been safe. But if the top 3 or 4 are gone, Pragyan, it looks to me like it becomes a real struggle to score runs thereafter.
That's the reason why these tournaments are played. You give opportunities to the younger boys. That's when they get the experience of playing deep and then handle those pressure. Maybe that is the reason why Jaydev and Mr. Niranjan Shah was talking about. It is an opportunity for all these under 19, under 22 boys. They rub their shoulders with the senior guys, and that's when they learn how to play. And required run rate is 11.26, which is far, far away when you talk about the current situation.
Rathore, 2 for 2. And that's probably the first time I've seen him bowling. So he's obviously lots of experience, does a wonderful job. Follows the opposite skipper, gets wrapped on the pad. Stretch your bat, make sure you're inside. Good throw. And fortunately, Agni Ayachi was watching what was going on, or he might have been a little slack and gotten run out.
Very intelligent bowler. Following the batsman, understanding the dynamics, and yes, very cleverly the keeper was trying to get Agni out, but Agni was alert.
Yeah, but I think he was safe by only a microsecond. By the time he put his bat in, the throw clattered onto the stumps. Could have been dangerous. I wonder who they're supporting, but good to see them here at the SCA Stadium in Rajkot.
Love the way he's been bowling. He's been bowling to his field, and this is what you were talking about. No, he was comfortably in. Both his bat and foot were in. Yes, maybe he was little easy there, but he made it comfortably in.
Well, yeah, I mean, it seems comfortable. Could have been dangerous. You never know with a direct throw. Sometimes it's just a little faster than you think. Rathore not too happy bowling to a lefty. Likes to bowl that angle to right-handers, but to the lefty he's been a little wayward.
He's mixing up the pace really well. First game he's come into the side, and he made his presence felt with the knowledge of what is happening in these conditions and what the situation demands out of him.
3 balls left to the halfway stage. Big swing over the bowler. It's caught plenty of it. 1 bounce 4. Well done. Dave Dunn can bat as well. Not only the wonderful delivery that he got munkered out, but also a handsome shot right behind the bowler now.
It was right up there. I think this was one of the rare bat delivery that Hardik has bowled. It was right up in the slot, and I think Dave Dunn was just good enough to put the bat and the ball in the right place.
Slower one, edged but falls short of the keeper. You're so right, Pragyan. He does vary his speed very intelligently. But of course the keeper wasn't in on the plan because he was way back. I still don't think he enjoyed back of the hand, difficult skill. And they've done completely bamboozled. So 1 ball left to the halfway stage. They were 68 for 2 at this point of time. The Gladiators and the Warriors 52 for 5. Up in the air, that could be taken, running in from long on. No, it falls just short, a little bit of excitement. They take 1, but that could easily have been the 6th wicket. And the 3rd for Rathore, not to be for now. Still a wonderful over. And at the halfway stage, the Warriors way behind in their chase, 53 for 5.
Midway through the second innings, the Kutch Warriors are now at 53 for 5.
Well, the Kutch Warriors with a little bit to be doing, a little bit to be done. 53 for 5 after 10. Just looking at that last attempt that just fell short in the end. Oh, it was a terrific effort, you have to say, diving in. Parimatch, terrific work from him. But yeah, Mr. Mankad didn't quite get there on that occasion. Still a bit to be done here. 115 required off 60 balls. Chidasama is into the attack. Went for 13 off his first over. I think he was knocked away for 3 boundaries in succession from memory. But yeah, there is the equation, and that is going to take some chasing, it's safe to say. Would be a record if they were to get that. Yeah, knocked away on the onside. Single to start with. Would be a pretty serious chase.
So the Gladiators, they're inching towards that spot in the finals. Thoroughly professional performance from them. While batting first, they posted a sizable target for the Kutch Warriors, and they have fallen apart quite early, the Kutch Warriors. The captain in the crease faced 5 deliveries for 2, and giving him company they've done. The main batters have gone into the hut. Samarth Vyas, the 2 Ranjan brothers, Harvik Desai. The bowling unit also has done very well for the Gladiators.
The voice of Sabah Karim, ex-Indian international, looking to chop away on the back foot. Is Ayachi, who's had a, well, it's safe to say, a pretty mixed bag really. His final over, his third, went for 30. It was a miserable effort with the ball. I think he went for 45 off 3 overs in the end. Been pretty expensive through the course of the tournament. There's this lovely shot from up above this Saurashtra Cricket Association Stadium. Holds 29,000. Beautifully appointed. You can see the shadow just creeping across the ground as well. Just nudged down the ground by Dan, who's just striking at 100. He'll need to improve on that a little, with the run rate getting up to 11.89.
Do they have any batters to make a difference? I don't think so at this stage. Ayachi was trying to do his best. Seems to be a promising right-arm pace bowler, but hasn't delivered in terms of line and length. Has conceded some important runs. That's what we talked about. The 19th over where he conceded those 30 runs. And that made a big difference in that score that was posted by the Gladiators. Batting-wise, he was expecting some tall scores from the top-order batters. All of them failed miserably today. And I think back-to-back playing these matches is not an easy task, especially for someone like Samarth Vyas, who had a wonderful outing yesterday, but was unable to convert his start into a big score today. End of the over, we'll discuss this further. After 11 is 58 for 5.
Yeah, there's the equation, there's the worm as well, and it's just falling away. 110 required off 54. I mean, they're not that far apart. The difference, of course, is they've got to capture the 30 runs that went off the 19th over, and that actually was just the 5 deliveries bowled by Ayachi. It was including a couple of beamers, so he wasn't allowed to complete the over. But yeah, wickets in the couple in the power play. One, well, about an over and a half ago. And that's been a major problem. They're going at 5.27, which is not going to get them anywhere, and they've got to go at 12.22. And there's those lovely pictures from up above. Bench, that's what's in next. It looks like they've got a bit to be done. And Kuldeep Raval took a fourther in his 4 for 14 in the last match. 7 wickets so far.
Useful left-arm spinner and a more than handy with the bat, Kuldeep Raval. had a great role to play in the last win. 4 wickets and then 20 unbeaten runs.
Yeah, good all-round performance. Just seeing that one strike the pad, and started off very tidily again, isn't he? Very miserly, Kuldeep Raval. Very wily. Oh, just about gets that in the end, as Dan. Threw the shot about half an hour too early, and they'll get through for a strolled single.
He reads the batters quite well. He waits before delivering, he notices the footwork of the players, and then when bowled according to that, generally tries to bowl full Yorker length to the right-hand batter. There's no space for them to swing their arms.
Ayachi down the track, only finds mid-wicket. He's a big man, Ayachi, big strong man. The question is, can he use all that brute force to good effect? Doesn't really time that either. Got close to the ball, that bit was correct, but clothed it up to mid-on.
That's the kind of performance you need, especially in a crucial match like this. Unadkat knows if you win this game, you're through to the finals. Let's put in all their effort in coming on top.
That's a big shot over on the onside. There is a man, it'll be one bounce. Just a single to finish the over. End of the over, 12 gone. Kutch Warriors 61 for 5. Yeah, there's the perspective of this. This beautifully appointed stadium holds 29,000. The pride of Saurashtra. And Chudasama, none for 18 off 2. Bowled pretty well so far. An economy rate of just the 9. Outside edge, and actually cloths it straight to extra cover. Oh dear, another one goes, and it's Dan on this occasion. Jadeja with the catch, doesn't make any mistake at all. And well, things go from bad to worse for the Kutch Warriors.
Another falls, and this is the Parimatch news cheerful moment for the Gladiators once again. They have seen a number of these moments today. Slow in the air, deceptive. Went for this drive, got too close to the ball, had no time to actually get that elevation or hit this one over the head of the fielder at cover. Manages to hit this one straight to cover. Caught Jadeja, bowled Chudasama. They've done, got for 13, is 61 for 6, the Kutch Warriors.
Yeah, 107 off 47. Virasinch Jadeja, a strike rate of 120. Need a few more than those, really, if Kutch Warriors to get anywhere near this total. Run rate required 13.66 as well. A bunt down the ground. Get a little bit of value. Just a single added.
His first wicket in this match, Chudasama. He noticed that the batter was trying to step out of the crease, bowl a little bit wide and slow in the air. Went for the drive, they've done. Did not connect it well, straight to the fielder at cover. Some of the office bearers, Himanshu Shah there. All of them together have done an incredible job. Oh, good hit from the captain. Has it cleared? Oh, I thought it should have gone straight into the stands, did not connect it well, the captain.
I think, to be fair, I think I actually thought he hit it better than he did, because he was admiring the shot and then realised he might get in a spot of bother. Oh, you can never keep this man quiet, can you? One bounce in the end. Oh, it's a good one. It's the wrong one. And it's a beautiful bit of bowling. Beats everybody. It'll run away for 4. Points to the bowler. No justice for Yuvraj. And a boundary it is.
Had no clue Bihar Singh here. Mixed it very well. The googly came in sharply from Yuvraj. Tried to cut, gets an inside edge and gets a boundary. Very lucky to survive. Excellent delivery from the leggy.
Well, it's another googly. It's tossed up outside the off stump, but he didn't read that one, it's safe to say. Hands on the head of the bowler. Another single.
Only 8 fours in this inning so far, so one can see the difference between both the sides. The acceleration that took place in the last 10 overs that helped the Gladiators to reach the score. Such a challenging score they put up for the Warriors.
Actually looking to cut. Oh, bit of a mistake at backward point. And get through for a single. End of the over. We've had 13 gone and the Kutch Warriors are 69 for 6. What we need actually to play a few shots, and then we've got a narrative. Well, there is the state of the game. Main thing is Agni actually still on strike. Gives himself a little bit of room and laces it through extra cover. There is a man out there. They'll get back for a couple of scampered runs. Maybe just warming to his task here, Ayachi. 9 off 13, hasn't really found the middle just yet.
Would love to see a cameo from one of these batters. If not for this game, at least to impress the selectors. And the senior selectors are here from the Saurashtra state side.
Down the leg side, oh, he's beaten everybody. It's a lovely bit of bowling because you saw Ayachi come down the track. Oh, no justice again as that goes down to the fine leg for 4 runs. Ayachi riding his luck a touch. Well, he did get a little bit of a nibble on that. Boundary to him.
Steps out. Lucky to get that inside edge. That is why the wicketkeeper wasn't able to collect that. Misses the keeper and goes for 4.
Again, gives himself a bit of room, Ayachi, but ends up playing it up on the leg side. A cloth, really, just a single to him.
They were going pretty well in their fielding effort, the Kutch Warriors. It's just the last 5 overs they conceded so many runs, I think 60 odd. That really upset them. And there was no way Gladiators would have allowed Kutch Warriors to come back. And we have seen that in the way they have applied pressure on all the Kutch Warriors batters. And the entire side has crumbled today. The kind of perseverance and grit we saw yesterday, all that is missing in today's encounter from the Kutch Warriors.
Yeah, might have taken a bit of adrenaline out of them last night because it was a late finish, of course. First up today, never easy, those kind of scenarios. Tossed up, and that is a shot down the ground for Ayachi. Has he found the gap? Not quite. He will one day. Another single, though, to him as he jogs through.
This can actually be a good preparation for the Gladiators. Kind of it seemed that they have wrapped up the match. Try and prepare for the finals. And that is coming up on the 11th of this month. End of the over after 14 is 79 for 6.
Yes, Kutch Warriors need 89 for 36, and it's been terrific stuff from the Gohilwad Gladiators, who to some extent have come from nowhere. Didn't win a sausage in the 2019 edition, not one game. And they've started so strongly, well, largely because of the captaincy's ability and the bowling ability of the captain, who's into the attack. 1 for 5, Misley as ever.
Love to get some wickets here. Picked up Harvick Desai's wicket today. They've always been extremely economical, and that is expected from Jaydev Unadkat.
Yes, he's a talented young man. Really Misley. Just get through for, I think, a leg bye. His economy rates in the series so far, 4.4 in the first game. He hasn't gone for many either in this game either. I think 5.6 was his economy rate in the second game of the campaign, and now, well, 1 for 5 after 2.1. They just look to me like they're going to be a tough side to beat here. Oh, it's another good bit of bowling, because I actually tried to give himself a little bit of room. Unicat was followed him, and somehow it's managed to get through to the fine leg boundary for another boundary. I think could well be buys here. We'll have a little look.
So this is where anticipation comes in from the wicket-keeper. Here, if you notice, the batsman has made the move. You know that the batsman will follow the bowler will follow the batter. It's equally important for the wicket-keeper. Yes, absolutely, he's right. He needs to move. He didn't do so. That is why he conceded those 4 buys.
The outside edge and gone. Oh, Unicat gets him on this occasion. Ayachi's, well, his stay of 15 is over. Another wicket falls. It's a nice bit of bowling. It's a bit of a flash outside the off stump. And, well, another wicket goes, and it's 84 for 7.
And again, a Parimatch news cheerful moment. It had to happen. Ayachi was just swinging his bat. And this time, he gets a thick outside edge. And the keeper this time around was in the right position. Off a slower delivery, so it wasn't such a sharp catch. But he does well, the wicket keeper, to take that one. Ayachi will have to go back. 15 of 18 is 84 for 7, the Warriors.
Well, Kushang Patel is the next man in for the Kutch Warriors. He's got a bit to do. An asking rate of 15.27. Unicat, well, he's got a couple. 2 for 5, halfway through his third over. Still Misley.
So this is good from Unadkat. He wants to finish it off now. 3 wickets to go. He gets a fielder in at first slip. He wants to pick up these wickets. It'll be good for his team and for his own confidence. Hits it well this time. Will get some more runs. He still has an over to go after this.
Here's the wicket. It's a lovely slow ball. A little bit of bounce as well. Actually, just trying to get inside of the line and get it back down through third man. Just fails on that occasion. Disappointment for him. It's been a bit of a torrid old innings, to be honest. Looking to drive outside the off stump. Another dot. Unicat's Misley spell continues.
Unadkat using all his skills here. Has got 2 wickets in today's game. Has done very well with the bat. In my opinion, he should be the man of the match, Johnny, isn't it? The way the rest of the side have rallied around him, that's more because of the shots he played in his important knock.
He's had a brilliant game. Marshalled his troops. I think he's been brilliant with his bowling changes. Did the job as a captain in that middle order in the first innings, and he's bowled beautifully. Yorker, what a good finish that is. Terrific stuff. 2 for 7 after 3 for him. End of the over 15 gone. Kutch Warriors 86 for 7.
Overs, they managed only 35 between the passage of 7 to 15. They lost 5 wickets for 51 runs, and it's over here the chase was almost dented, and that's why the struggles are well documented. 86 for 7, and that equation are looking very difficult as they need 82 and 30 deliveries. Prerak Mankar introduced into the attack, and just the right time to also welcome former international star Pragyan Ojha.
Thank you, Mikhail. And comfortably here, the Gladiators have taken over the game.
And that's been the problem. They've just not been able to find the big hits and the boundaries, and the partnerships have been lacking. Prerak Mankar, what an asset to have in the side. Bat ball, always making his presence felt.
Yes, along with him, you've got Jaydev Unadkat. As a leader, he lets you express yourself. And the required run rate is 16.76. which is very, very tough, especially after losing 7 wickets. You've just got 3 wickets in hand, and then going after Prerak will be a challenge.
Another single down to third man, and that'll not really bother the Gladiators. They're looking good to finish the league stages on top with another win. This will be their third in 4 games, consolidating their position on top. How well has he led? He's been a performing captain, Jaydev Unadkat.
He's bowled some beautiful deliveries, batted well, and taken some outstanding catches. Remember the catch that he took at the covers. A full length dive and takes the catch. Outstanding as a fast bowler.
Oh yes, with the bat early in the day. He was wonderful, getting the big hits with the ball as well, getting wickets in the middle. Look at him, always in it. Wants to be on top of the game, and in the last game as well we saw him at covers taking an absolute stunner. That's not to his strength side, remember. He's tall, it'll take time for him. In fact, it is to his strength. Nicely went towards his left and took a very sharp catch. That ball was travelling, it was firmly hit.
And the captain leading from the front.
Driven. And that's why it's important, Pragyan, when you're chasing something in excess of 160, you need to start off well.
And also, when you know that you have to get a particular score at a particular run rate, and you have only 15.2 overs to chase them, you have to bat at a particular strike rate. If you don't, then this is what happens. And I think Kutch Warriors will be thinking about it. That's a great delivery by Prerak. As I told you, Kutch Warriors, when they go back, they'll sit and talk about what had happened. What did the batsman do?
Good shape on that one, Prerak. Some deviation of the surface. Sahil Karatia behind the stumps has had a mixed bag of a day. I believe he's not a regular wicketkeeper, but still done a decent job then. Oh, just drops short, just falls short of the wicketkeeper there. Sahil Karatia, Prerak as well, sensing a wicket. Nevertheless, very fine over. 78 needed in 24, 16 gone, it's 90 for 7. Take a look at this last delivery from Prerak Mankad. Did get the outside edge. No carry on that.
But it was clearly a slow delivery, looks like. He mixed up the pace. Yes, he did. That is the reason. He took the edge. He could beat the batsman, outsmart him, but the ball did not carry to the keeper. That's a great delivery. Yes, you can get all the applause, but miss the wicket. Doesn't matter as long as your team is winning.
Ambitious on that occasion. Bhavesh Patel least interested. In fact, signalling that was also going down leg. But how well has he mixed his deliveries?
And this is experience. When Jaydev was bowling to the batsman, he was mixing up the pace. But when he's bowling to lower order batsman, he's trying to bowl quick and full and onto the stumps. So if the lower order batsman makes a mistake, he will get out. So when you're trying to bowl to a tail-ender or a lower order batsman, make sure you hit the stumps. Every delivery hits the stumps.
Down the leg, that'll be signal wide. He'll have to re-bowl that, but 18 deliveries since the last boundary. That required run rate now over 20. That's where the problems are for the Kutch Warriors.
As I told you, he's bowling quick and trying to bowl those Yorkers or maybe get those ball pitching up so that he can maybe create some LBW chances, or if the batsman misses, the ball hits the stumps. That's what Jaydev is thinking about right now.
Gives the charge on this occasion. He goes past the fielder at mid-off. It'll be a 4 against the run of play. Much needed, but they'll need more of this if they have to get anywhere close to that total of 167. Kushank Patel on this occasion. Stepping out, giving the charge, mid-off up in the circle. It was in the air for a while. In the extra cover region, that was always going to be 4 once it got past that fielder. Quite evident that delivery was around the corner.
Yes, when the faster bowler is facing you and he's trying to get at you, that's what the other fast bowler does. He tells you, boss, you can't do that against me. And mind you, Kushank has been a great asset for Kutch Warriors with the ball, and Jaydev knows that he's a faster bowler, and there is a little bit of ego there, always running when a faster bowler bowls to the other faster bowler. This is what I was talking about. Kushank will get a boundary here. There's a small battle within the battle going on here. Both the bowlers against each other. Jaydev trying to keep him check, and Kushank going at Jaydev.
Oh yes, no bowler, particularly pacers, like to be given the charge. Kushank Patel himself is a pacer, and this time he's just taking on Jaydev Unadkat. Another boundary in the same region. You expect another short delivery on this occasion because Unadkat wants to keep him inside the crease. Fuller this time, driven, nicely fielded by Prerak. This brings up the 100 as well. 100 up in the 17th over, 7 down. Confirmation over here of where the match stands at this point in time. Kutch Warriors face elimination if they don't go across. In fact, they're pretty much out of the contention. That's because they've just not been able to get the runs in a stipulated amount of overs. 68 needed in 18. Gladiators put on 167 and in the chase at the moment after 17. They're 100 for 7. The batting might has not shown up and they've conceded way too many runs bowling first.
Last couple of overs for Kutch Warriors were very expensive when they were bowling, and that is one of the reasons why they lost a bit of track. Had they bowled those few overs tight, they would have been chasing a different total. And Jaydev Unadkat, as always, 4 overs, 17 runs, 2 crucial wickets.
On the full, goes down on his knee this time. He's manufactured a shot behind backward of square, and that's very poor. He did well to get around it, but just ran over it. And that's 4 more for Kushank Patel. He's providing some entertainment, raising hopes, but it's come a little too late in the day.
Oh, I can completely understand that the game is under control for the Gladiators, but this is not what the Gladiator fielders should be doing. I completely think that this was under control and he could have saved that boundary.
He's looked good. Kushank Patel in this short stay of his is playing a little bit of a cameo. 18 and 13.
Yes, it's hot, but this is where all your fitness gets tested. And Jaydev, as a captain, I'm not sure if he'll be happy. I can understand at times you can drop catches or have misfielding, but here fielders look really tired.
Oh, what a delivery that by Rathod.
He's been mixing up the pace really well, bowling those slow deliveries, back of the wrist, and then now quicker deliveries. Oh, that's a great delivery. There was a movement in the air. That means his seam position is also very good. He's been a revolution for his side. This is his first game. He came back into the side and just created an impact.
On the full, that's been allowed to go. He did get his gloves, but he did get behind it, and that's been the problem today behind the stumps. A few easy runs have been leaked. That's the Parimatch News cheerful moment as well.
I'm very sure Jaydev will go back and talk to his players. This is not the way they can field. Sahil Karatia, I know he's not a full-time wicketkeeper, but I strongly feel you have to pull up your socks.
Pragyan, you're mentioning about the conditions on offer. It's not been easy. It's been very hard. A special word for the camera team as well to brave this heat and bring these pictures live into your drawing room and your devices as well. They put up a very fine effort.
Indeed, they did. They were absolutely professionals here.
Hard work for them.
Yes. Sometimes we just don't think about them because they're behind the cameras, but in this heat they were all standing there and making sure we have a lovely afternoon. And this is a wide delivery, but going back to the cameraman, they've done a great job and they have been doing it over and over time.
Yeah, this is a Sportsworks production coming your way from the Saurashtra Cricket Association, Season 2 of the Saurashtra Premier League. Acknowledging the efforts put in by the camera team. Because it's very hot, the hydration as well has to be sent across to all of them, and slow through the air, change up. It has come in so handy in this tournament for all medium pacers and pacers as well. Good over by Rathod, 18 gone, 1-1-1 for 7. It's the last of the double headers in this season's Saurashtra Premier League. We're up for Sorath Lions taking on Halar Heroes. Right now you've tuned in to Star Sports Select, but be rest assured that the next match will be coming on Star Sports 2, Parimatch News Saurashtra Premier League Season 2. Shy of the stumps, a direct hit would have just had everyone interested in the fielding side. Next to impossible target and situation here for the batting side.
Shaurya coming back to bowl. I think this is the first game where he's not got the wickets. But last couple of games, he has picked a few important wickets for his side. And mind you, who can forget that 6 when his team needed the most?
Pulls protection in the deep, it'll be a single. Cricketers are remembered for moments like this, right? That lasting impression they leave in the mind, Pragyan, that one catch, that one wicket, that big 6.
Yes, and also when you create a direct impact within a very small span. And mind you, he's a bowler who can bat. He's not a batsman who can bowl. And when you're batting, when you have that target and you know the thought, the clarity, that is very, very important.
He's dug that well, got underneath that one. Just coming back to our conversation, we remember you for a certain flick you played once upon a time, Pragyan.
Yes, actually I was the last man there. That's the reason everybody keeps talking about me. But I think the most important runs that were scored were by Ishant Sharma and VVS Lakshman. They made it possible. I just went in late and I got those last runs. That's the reason why everybody remembers I was there. But it was Ishant Sharma who played his heart out.
Absolutely, everyone contributes to a win in a team game. Quite rightly pointed out by Pragyan. Another fine delivery by Shanandya. Gladiators look a very strong side across all lines. Death bowlers, top order batters, middle order batters contributing today. And what a performance it's been by them. Kutch Warriors have looked anything but warriors this evening. They've surrendered and have just not been able to chase down this target. Goes past the fielder at mid-off, that'll be 4 more. It's a little bit of entertainment, something to cheer for the crowd.
Absolutely, and I'm sure both the batsmen here, they must be enjoying. At least that's what you can do right now. The game is not in your hand, and this is Parimatch news, cheerful moment. This is the boundary we were talking about. Maybe the bowlers won't mind giving it, but that's end of the over. 119 for 7.
.49 of 6. Let's not talk about miracles. Let's talk about the points table very soon. That's because in this fixture, it looks like the Gladiators have done exceptionally well to pocket 2 more points. And the Kutch Warriors are well and truly on their way out of this tournament. They've played their part.
And clearly, Gladiators will be the #1 side in the point tables. And they will qualify because 3 out of 3 is something which none of the teams have done.
Oh yes, they have shown great amount of consistency. Fenel Soni opened the innings this evening, missed out with the bat. Some turn on offer will keep the teams playing the next game a little interested as well. Kushank Patel for 21 is enjoying himself in the middle.
That's all you can do. You know your team is out of the tournament, and the best you can do is enjoy. And when you talk about enjoying, oh, what a try! That was a brilliant try. Vishwaraj Jadeja really tried hard. I love the effort. Very well tried, young man. It could have been a great catch there.
Terrific jump, terrific effort there by Vishwaraj Jadeja sometimes, but rather more often than not. Pragyan, when you see Jadeja on the back of the t-shirt, you feel that catch has to be taken. For the kind of standards Ravindra Jadeja has raised, and that was a very fine effort.
Yeah, that was a great effort. I think that'll be maximum, yes. That was a 6, but when you look at that effort, it really gives you that satisfaction as a cricket lover.
The Kutch Warriors will have to really go back to that dressing room of theirs, come back stronger next season with better planning, better execution. They've tried hard. They've been at the receiving end. Only 1 win in 3 games is something that they'll need to talk about.
There's a lot to discuss. The combination and what other things that they can do so that they will not only play the tournament but also be a strong contender for the finals.
And for that matter, a contrasting performance has come from the Gladiators again. Their batting was a little bit of a concern. Today they put all of that to rest. They're peaking at just the right time. Everything looking good. Tossed up. Oh, inside out. Has that got the distance as well? Oh, yes, indeed. What a shot. Yes, he can afford to wear a smile. That's because he's at least providing some entertainment for the crowd.
This last 2 pair, Vyas Singh Jadeja and Kushang, have been enjoying themselves. And they've just expressed their the batting side, and maybe Gladiators knew that the game is over. They gave Sony this last over. I don't think he's a regular bowler.
Another single, game, set, match. Gladiators win this fixture by 32 runs and strengthen their position on top of the points table with another convincing win. It's a smiling Jaydev Unadkat, and what a leader he's been for the side. Kutch Warriors once again will have to go back to the drawing board and see where they can get things right. They bow out of the competition as both teams shared pleasantries in the dugout. What a fine effort from the Gladiators again.
3 out of 3. And it looks clearly that they'll top the table, and they may even qualify to the finals at ease.
Looking very good, yes indeed. The net run rate also will get a boost. It's the Gladiators all over this evening. The men in blue have really shown. It's been a very ordinary outing for the Kutch Warriors. Lost the toss, they were fielding first, conceded 167. And then in the chase, they never looked like chasing it. Lost early wickets, and they're never really in control of it. Now the points table tells a very, very interesting picture. The Gladiators, with a game in hand, let me tell you, are looking very strong. That net run rate, again, it gets a boost. Zalawad Royals as well have looked good, but all eyes will be on Halar Heroes. They have a 2-game advantage, and Sorath Lions, who play up next against the Heroes, will be eager to go past with a healthy net run rate. Kutch Warriors, for that matter, will head back home. That's a happy dugout, happy team, the Gladiators. Now this is how the chase panned out. They lost early wickets. The top order of Pathak and Desai missing out once again. Back-to-back failures for them. Then Ranjan and Vyas tried to consolidate it, but just when they got into double figures, they lost their wickets. Unadkat was once again shining with the ball, and then it never looked like they could get some chase despite some late order impetus, but that was to no avail. As many as 8 bowlers used. Jaydev Unadkat 2 for 17, did exceptionally well with the bat, 4.25 economy. It was Prerak Mankar as well, 1 for 13 for him, and Ratho 2 for 19 did the bulk of the damage and ensured that the Gladiators remain in the hunt and secure the 2 points. A confirmation of Gladiators' 3rd win. They win by 32 runs, batting first, 167 for 5. Unadkat 38 of 27 and Chaya 36. Their partnership boosted them past the 160 run mark. And Kutch Warriors in the chase were never in it as they lost wicket at regular intervals. Unadkat shone with the ball, 2 for 17. And for the Kutch Warriors, Padyachi as always showed why he is the captain's bowler. Nevertheless, it could not come in handy for them on this occasion. There you can see the winning moment and the delighted camp of the Gladiators, led by a very impressive Jaydev Unadkat, who's performed time and again. They're going for the big roar, and it's been a gladiator-like performance. We'll head into a short break. We'll leave you with these visuals and we'll come back with the presentation.
Well, it was a long, hot afternoon, but we are halfway through our final doubleheader here at the Parimatch News SPL Season 2. Quite obviously, the Gladiators could handle the heat and the pressure better than the Warriors and came out clearly on top. In fact, they're unbeaten in the entire tournament and are clear favorites for now. Welcome to the presentation. A big thank you to everyone here at Rajkot and the SCA, and of course, to all of you watching on television or other devices around the world. Thank you for joining us. Let's just quickly thank those who have made this league possible on behalf of the SCA, Parimatch News, Level Up 11, VU Sports, special partners Canara Bank, State Bank of India and Indian Bank as well. And of course, on behalf of Parimatch News, Saurashtra Premier League, we'd also like to thank the BCCI and all of the government organizations who helped the making and the smooth conduct of this wonderful event. Let's get to our presentation. First, an introduction to our presentation party. To my right first, Mr. Vikram Mahendra on behalf of Level Up 11. I hope you enjoyed the match. Plenty of big hitting in the end. Mr. Karan Shah, the Honorary Joint Secretary of the SCA to his right. Mr. Shah, thank you for being here. And of course, the Senior Member of the SCA, Mr. Bhupat Talatia, to his right. Let's begin with the awards. The first one is Level Up 11 Fantasy King of the Match, who gets a check and a trophy. The check is worth 15,000 rupees. Number of points, 109. He batted well, he bowled excellently, got injured as well, but more on that later. Jaydev Unadkat. Clearly one of the biggest heroes of Saurashtra cricket and the man who led their team to victory in the Ranji Trophy in the 2019-20 season. Thank you, Mr. Mahendra. And Jaydev, I wouldn't go too far because we do have a Parimatch News man of the match for his runs as well as wickets and his leadership. Jaydev Unadkat, again, congratulations, who receives the man of the match check worth 25,000 from Mr. Karan Shah and Mr. Bhupat Talatia. And Jaydev, you're an old pro, you know what's to come. Join me here and show me your right thumb. How's it doing? You took an awful crack earlier on.
Yeah, it's good. Luckily, I thought it's bad, but yeah, I'm good. I'm good to go in the next one as well.
I don't know if your team needs you because everyone's performing so well.
Well, I think I do need myself out there in the middle. I'm loving the time out there, and the way the team's playing, I think it's great to have that rapport. Right from game one, I think everyone is contributing towards the success of the team, and that's why we are 3 of 3. But I would love for the team to get better and better, and hopefully, you know, wherever there are slight loopholes, we can fill it up and be the best when the final comes.
Yeah, I'm not going to ask about the loopholes. You don't want to give your secrets away. Good to see Mankad back among the runs, and Rathore was a revelation with his left arm seam.
Absolutely, I think yes. About Mankad, I think he's probably the backbone of our batting lineup, and whenever he does well, the team does well. Rathore has been doing well since quite a few years. He has been playing for Saurashtra since quite long, and really happy for someone like him who has been working hard and then coming up and doing well for the team and contributing.
Well, 3 out of 3. You don't really need the 4th match, but good luck for it.
Thank you. Thanks, Charubai.
Jaydev Unadkat, our Parimatch News man of the match today. Fabulous performer. That's all from the presentation. A big thank you to the presentation party. And back up to the commentary box for the next match in this doubleheader.
Jaydev Unadkat leading from the front, performing captain bat ball in the field, and that's why the Gladiators have a clean slate because the team is coming together. The Royals have played their part 4 games. They'll have to watch how the Sorath Lions and Halar Heroes play out the game that's lined up next later in the evening. Kutch Warriors bout of this tournament. The last of the double headers, we have another match lined up in short time from now, 18:50 local time. It'll be coming live to you. The Sorath Lions exact versus the Halar Heroes taking on each other. That'll be coming to you live on Star Sports 2. We're looking forward to your company, so stay tuned. We'll head into a short break. When we come back, we get you live action.
सौराष्ट्र के इन मैदानों में इस जंग के ऐलानों में हर तरफ यहाँ अब शोर चले देखेंगे किसका जोर चले देखेंगे किसका जोर चले निकले हैं झंडे गाड़ के ग्लैडिएटर्स गोहिलवाड़ के दुश्मन को जड़ से उखाड़ने रॉयल्स झालावाड़ ने फिर कूद पड़े ललकार के हीरोज अपने हालार के होलखस्त सभी का अहंकार सुन कच्छ वॉरियर्स की हुंकार दुश्मन का पूर्ण विसर्जन है सोलठ लायंस की गर्जन है हर युद्ध यहाँ घनघोर चले हर तरफ यहाँ अब शोर चले